Welcome back. Another week has come and gone. And we return once more. So, things have been a little slow. Mainly because my attempt to hit the gas resulted in someone dropping a brick on the gas pedal.
Haha.
So, oh, great. We've finally gotten to the downtime part of things after some distractions and some talks. Last time, let's see, go through it one at a time. You all woke up with all the other Pokemon in the basement, and basically did a lot of talking around. Key events include Hope was put under so that their mending might begin. Something that only Ram did because one of you would have probably broke down crying. Eri talked a little with the team, had a little bit of a heart-to-heart with Ram, and got. She got.
She got got?
She got by Hawthorne.
Mm-hmm.
Shoved you into a small sphere.
Oh yeah, that.
Permanently.
Confused because you were speaking in stupid speak.
It's moon speak. It's different.
Oh, the fucking moon runes!
Yes, I have them. Good luck translating.
Alright, whatever.
She also met up with Percy, one of Rowan's Pokemon, the Psychic Braviary. And the sight of another large bird gave Eri an idea. A fiendish idea.
What do you mean fiendish? Hello?
And they inquired, hey, do you know Roost? It would be very nice if I not die in the future. And he was like, yeah, that's exactly my thought. That's why I learned it in the place where people die. So I would not die. I see we're on the same page. And so, Eri came running back into Hawthorne's room, squawking. Is like, oh, you know that thing we were planning to do that you've already sent the emails and, you already caught me at a Pokeball and all, all that stuff? Yeah, can we put that on hold? Hawthorne's like, oh, we could. Trying to do you a favor, and you're making it more complicated, but sure.
I'm the main character here, Hawthorne.
Don't make me activate my self-insert powers.
You would never. You already did that with Smalls.
How can you be sure? I am a DM. I am multifaceted. I have multiple personalities inside my head. It's a problem. So
yeah, but Smalls is a fucking maniac.
So she got a delay on that for however long it might take her to figure out how to sit down and take a siesta. Turns out not doing anything has been the hardest thing she has attempted yet. Marcus once again spoke with some of Rowan's Pokemon, get to know them a little bit better, and kind of discussion with Rowan themselves about a few things.
Apparently, he didn't know Dad was an agent.
Yeah, he's kind of like, well, how did you know that? You've been like on ice for 10 years?
Some weird Italian told me, and I don't 100% trust him.
He screamed.
And he just fuck it. And he punched a hole in the nearest drywall and went on a walk. Or drinking monster.
And you may or may not have implied that he may or may not have known you were alive and didn't tell him about it. And he may or may not have stormed off in a rage.
That too.
It might induce the whole, when they finally find each other, he punches them and then hugs them.
Mm-hmm.
First the face smash and then the hug. Very Viserion.
And Mark is like,
it's very nearly how your was.
but why argue with my dad? He's a good parent.
And Tanya had discussions with yes, indeed, Ram, a little, and mostly Aya and her old Pokemon, and Hestus, and things like that, and discussed the awkwardness of, her turn to get shoved in a Pokeball on a condition.
Yeah.
Ram had a very similar conversation with Reeve after Reeve expressed that he's not going to ever forget, but he can forgive. And
Considering my options.
yes, and Ram laid out the ground rules. He also requested to be shown how the hell a Z crystal works, and he spoke with let's see, so many Pokemon, Oracle and Soul, about learning how to do this psychic thing. He's only fully evolved now, and he still hasn't quite figured it out, so he's hoping someone shows him before he looks really stupid in front of a peer.
Mm-hmm. Please help.
Not know what do hell.
Mm-hmm.
Help.
Please save now.
Another thing to point out is Marcos was like, oh hey, yeah. Can I learn liquidation? That seems like a good idea.
And I gave a cup of liquid diabetes to Ram.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The concoction was definitely not healthy for a human man.
Nope.
Let alone a tiny little Jabroa.
He may be stress eating. It's fine.
Yeah, it's almost like
His
Never
little babies under the knife.
It's almost like somebody just shoved my my Eevee into a freaking machine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oven. I'll keep on calling it oven.
and this is where we completely demolecularize the Eevee.
Yep. That's what's gonna happen. Wouldn't surprise
Hope's last words to Ram. Ram, I don't feel so good.
Except that he couldn't speak.
Except he's thinking
his
that.
last words were none.
me. His last words are him scraping on the ground as he falls.
Yeah.
Great.
His last words would have been "fuck off."
Mm-hmm. That sounds like Hope. He's getting sassier as time goes on.
No, he has no mouth, but he must scream. And so, some time progresses. This house was very large. But it's not.
I need to speak with Aya first.
Yes, I'm getting to that. I'm just
Mhm.
that was the recap. Now is the what is going on now.
Okay.
This house is pretty big. It's not quite for humans with full Pokemon teams big. It's just big enough, in fact. One more human in team, and things would start to feel a little cramped in here. Time to invite someone else.
Yeah.
Let's go invite Dustin. But it seems that everyone's attentions are focused mainly here. Even the ones that are more outgoing don't really seem to go out much. So it's kind of an involuntary break. But Titania.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the end of the first day, after Ram has curled up into a ball somewhere, things are winding down, and all of a sudden you just have this moment where earlier that day you had a question. You had something you wanted to know, and then halfway through the conversation you completely forgot it, and it's been kind of driving you crazy. And now that you forgot about that too, and you've stopped worrying about it, it's like, well, fuck, I can't remember. You were doing some innocuous, completely unrelated thing, and you remember what your question was.
Well, I mean, it's more like questions. First, to Aya. Well, it's quite a simple question, really. Does she? Titania asks her if she plans of going with Reeve and coming with us into the wilderness.
Reeves planning to go into the wilderness, is he?
I mean, I kind of overheard Ram and Reeve talking, and it seemed that way.
You know, I think that would be a bit of an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Reeve doesn't always take me with him into some of the places he goes into, because, they're dangerous, and he's a worrywart.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that I have an ample excuse this time, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's only gonna be the trip that is dangerous because the villages that we need to go to are safe.
Her eyes light up a little bit. You mean like the village I saw in that video?
Yep. It might take a bit of convincing because they aren't exactly 100% friendly to humans, but well, I doubt that it's gonna take that much.
In the distance, a Dragonite scream.
Humans, nah. I knew this day would come.
I knew they were trouble the moment my sort of wife put them in my hands and disappeared forever.
He has a waifu too.
She nods.
Uh,
We'll probably be staying in his camper.
he has a full-on camper.
She kind of looks over him. Yeah.
Huh? That's cool. We also have a place that you might get into if you want.
I think he'd get mad at me if I'd called it a camper, though.
What is it, a moving house?
That's kinda.
Oh. Well,
It's a house with tires.
well, then it's better than the place that we could offer. It's a nice place, but it's a hole underground.
Yeah. sounds cozy.
No, it's big. It's cool. And stuff. I didn't spend much time in there, but you could probably sleep in there and be fine. There's light and everything.
Maybe.
But a moving house sounds better for you guys.
But it's not like an entire house. It's more like... you know what an RV is?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Off-road RV. That describes it.
Well, I do look forward to that then. Yes. The moment where I forget to write down the questions and they leave my brain.
You've done it again!
Not again. No, this was the main one that I wanted to ask after Ram spoke with Reeve, but my brain was gone. Well, if I remember, I'll ask. Whatever. The second thing that I wanted to ask, which I kind of couldn't because I was stuck in the they don't like me now. When I was talking with Estes and Kiki, was asking Estes if she has any pointers on finding my stick, because I have never seen Braxton without a stick, and I'm starting to get worried.
She just sits there sagely, closes her eyes. You will know when you find it.
She gives a big sigh. What if I don't find it?
You'll find it.
What if it's not a stick?
She looks completely flummoxed by the idea.
Well, I guess I'll just keep on searching. Thanks, Estes.
I don't know, you're kind of weird, so maybe you need a weird stick?
Well...
Have you been to any weird trees?
Yes, actually.
Did you look around the weird tree?
I didn't have the time.
The distress in the voice.
She's like, oh fuck, yeah, but I didn't have I would have done it, but I didn't have the time.
She pats you on the shoulder.
Well, I mean, we are going there anyways, so whatever. I'll check it. And well, with that, I am done with the questions until I remember them. I remember what else I wanted to ask.
Done it again.
There might also be nothing else I wanted to ask, and I'm just getting screwed by my brain.
Alrighty. So, everyone has an idea of what they want to do, so I'm going to fast track this just a tiny tad. Because I have already done some math. This game operates on math, but doing math live is not always the greatest.
Nope.
Therefore, the days tick on by. Hawthorne's attention is directed towards Hope, and he seems rather active. Although it seems that a lot of what he's doing requires a lot of waiting around. But even though he isn't always doing a lot, his eyes never seem to wander far from the monitor. So a lot of waiting, but also a lot of attention is required for what he's doing. Rowan seems to be finally processing everything that's happened. And as a traveling man with no real home, in fact, he doesn't actually have a house, he's kind of just been a vagabond and he's basically lived in work and work moves, and also occasionally comes under siege, which is why he's there. So the staying in an actual house rather than a hotel or in a tent is a bit of a change of pace for the roughneck. And he and his Pokemon seem to be relaxing a bit. His training seems to ease up a little bit, but not completely. The same goes for Reeve. And over the course, on day 2 or so, Rowan left to do some chores and get some things, and among the things he came back with was a TM for liquidation.
Nice.
Yeah.
And has since been working with Marcus. He and Jur have been sparring, and Jur, in the process of learning how to properly do liquidation. And over the course of this training, Jur has eased up a little bit on Marcus.
Can I add another detail to that?
Very well.
And to anyone who's looking in, they're just seeing, well, or at least hearing, they're hearing me just like, do like the occasional war cry where I'm like, as I swing my liquidation around, as I've been doing this until time.
Yeah, sometimes you get so focused that Ram can't help but fly up and grab your tail, and you let out the startle boing!
I'm not a weasel anymore, you dingus.
It's an old genetic memory. You will always be the Bui. Hey, baby. Deep down.
Generally, it's taking me back to his own. It's taking him back to his own Hema days.
But yes, you make progress. Eri.
Hi.
Is going around talking to people and practicing with Percy. The first few days, the bird tried to get you to enter a state of zen, in which you sat down and gradually began to vibrate at increasing intensities as time passed.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
As apparently is harder than it looks.
Yes.
But with time, you eventually learn to do this thing people call chilling out.
That seems like a myth.
At least enough to get the move to work. That being that you sit down and cause your cells to suddenly vastly regenerate somehow.
A turn in combat is like a second, right?
Like two
So-
of them, yeah, basically.
So
She sit.
it's just like rapid chilling, huh?
Mhm. Yeah, but you lose your typing, so it's.
Yeah.
You sit there and zone out for like 1.5 seconds, but for you it's like 20.
Yeah.
Time slows down. And how did I get here? What did I do to deserve this?
And then somebody smacks you for half your HP.
Roost,
again.
aka internal monologue.
Mhm.
Anyway, you do make progress with that as well. Titania, Aya, and the squad hang out a lot and practice. She isn't hardcore training like some of the rest of you. Instead, just enjoying having her fluff balls back, who very much enjoy having her back, and hanging out with Aya. And over the course of that, they do some practice for contests and stuff.
Yeah.
Some dancing and some singing, getting everyone back into tempo.
Did she find out if there was a tournament or something?
There was a tournament, but not right now. It's in a few weeks.
Okay.
But she thought it would be a nice recreational thing for you guys to do and bond over. What you do. It's fun. You get to hang out.
Yep.
You do something you enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And finally take a breather from the madness. And you recover some will from doing all this.
Oh boy.
I'm going to give you back. I'll be nice because you got fucked. And I'll give you back 3.
Okay, so I'll go back to Max.
Yeah. Sorry again. Yeah.
Your soul is. Oh wait, shit! No, here, have it back.
Yeah. Stealing souls is bad, apparently.
Can you like extract the will from the lantern?
When you're practicing your kill moves and you forget friendly fire's on, and accidentally hit your ally.
Kill move. I like it.
After the chilling, I wanted to actually attempt to recharge the spent gem.
Ooh.
Yup.
So,
basically finding a place where there's nobody else and I can fully concentrate on the fire gem, even if it's outside.
you sit on the roof.
Yes, it's fine.
A Starly sits on the top of the chimney next to you. They say sup.
Sup? I mean, I doubt I need to be worried about a Starly.
They call you cute.
Well, and I say, you're cute too.
More birds show up to admire you. You just you ignore them.
Yeah, I ignore them until, as much as I
Press
can.
the fiery dance button.
You take out one of the gems that were used in the last fight. It's dull black, kind of a charcoalish color. It's lost its luster. The other gems were shiny and almost seemed to have a glow to them, while this seems to have lost any and all reflection and has turned into a dull charcoal black.
Mm-hmm.
The others seem somewhat transparent with that glow dancing inside them, while this is now just opaque.
Yeah, okay.
You're going to just focus on the gem.
Yep, channel it. Channel my energy into it.
Okay.
I would do light, but I literally have no light moves that would benefit it, so I'm gonna do fire.
Well, moves might not be the thing that you need.
No, I mean, if it recharges into an actual crystal, I don't have light moves that it can benefit it.
Okay, so roll me craft channel.
I have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well then.
Oh, almost all successes. 5 of them.
You focus on it, and knowing that you could is usually half the battle. You've been told this is somewhere to start, somewhere to practice a bit, to get the feel for this kind of thing. And as you focus on it and channel your natural energies that allow you to literally summon light and fire and stars that kill people, and also like turn your companions into killing machines, and you try to ignore that. You're helping. You do eventually find a way to narrow in on this thing and send some energy into it. And it does seem to slightly regain its luster the first attempt and change slightly. But you bungle it the first time. And after frowning in frustration as the luster once again vanishes and it returns as it was, you try again. And this time, you seem to be getting somewhere with it. You notice that by the end of it, the gem has regained a little bit of its shine to it, and has turned from a charcoal black to this lightish gray color. And has turned slightly more transparent and has a very, very dim glow.
Nice.
And that is the result. This doesn't exactly look like a fire gem, and at the same time, you're pretty sure this wouldn't be what a light gem looks like.
Okay. So it's just a dim gem for now.
You've made progress. It's retaining something. Though it is dim.
Yeah. For it being something that I did in like a few hours, that's good.
Yes. You cannot use it. So, did you... You didn't have an actual item for it, huh?
Yes, it's here. I called it a dim gem now. Next week.
Yes. You've made a typeless pseudo gem.
Pseudo, okay. Pseudo gem. Okay.
You've made a base for something else. Well done. 5 successes is no goddamn joke.
Do I feel like I can push some more energy into it, or is it like as good as it's gonna be?
You're not entirely sure, but you definitely feel like you've made progress. There's been a change. You're starting to get the hang of this. But you're still a little unpracticed at it.
Yep. And not wanting to just get tired, I am gonna try more in the coming days, unless something else happens, but I doubt so. And on top of that, like after the few hours of doing the tries needed to see if I can, how much energy I can put in it, it can retain. I'm gonna start training to see if I can use my light powers to draw in the air.
Okay. So we'll do 3 rolls really quick and switch. I need 2 more craft channel rolls.
Two, you said 2, right?
Yes. So 2 pairs of 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 of them, it's fine. I don't need to willpower that. And,
I just gave you it back.
Yeah, you gave it back just in time for me to fucking blow them all. Yeah, that's even better. That's better.
You live life fast. I could
It's more like she's putting all of herself into it, but 2 successes is fine. If it was only 1, I would have used it.
You accidentally put your soul in the gem, become a lich.
Lich.
So
Like a fucking Horcrux.
Now I will need a special channel, which is 8.
Oh boy, that's a lot. 4, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yikes. 1 success.
That's rough.
How many do I need to do this? Sorry? 3
Just
more?
this once.
Ah, okay.
Lokill. You'd imagine this would be easier.
Not really, because I have never used a light move.
Now, you'd imagine this would be easier with a stick.
But yeah, except healing light and sanction, I've never used an actually damaging move. I always had a focus to channel my energy to.
You don't exactly ever. You haven't ever really met another light type, like,
Yeah, also that.
other than in passing. If you even realized that they were a light type.
Yeah, nope.
You have, but they were kind of there to be like, get your ass moving! A friend of yours just went transdimensional!
Yeah.
Yeah, the peacock.
Yeah, it's Burb.
Better to better. So, you managed to produce light, like you have before, but creating a light trail, like a streamer in the air, is not exactly working. You wave your light around. If you wave it really, really fast, it kind of looks like it. That's not what you're going for.
No. Yeah.
In the meantime, you focus on the gym the next day and don't seem to make more over the next couple of days, and don't seem to make much more progress than what you've already done. You have a feeling that what you did was the easy part.
Okay.
But focusing on it and keeping it up, the gym starts to change color to a dull red.
Okay.
Few more successes required. But you're definitely slowly turning this back into a fire gym.
Okay.
Progress is better than nothing.
Yeah, progress is better than that.
Because then you wonder if you're wasting your time. Meanwhile, as you sit on the roof, focusing on your gemstone, entering a zen state with ever-increasing birds surrounding you, you are occasionally distracted by looking down below into the backyard and seeing a man in a pair of sweatshirts and jogging pants doing poses with a Raichu.
My God.
Yup.
I shout encouragements at them.
Ram is embarrassed. Mostly for Reeve.
Reeve seems unfazed.
Attaboy.
Marcus goes from splashing everyone around him with water to cleaving a block of stone in half. So,
one more thing before we move on. Could I also spend a bit of time, like, trying to feel the electrocyte to see if, like, the first time I looked at it, you were like, I feel the energy in it, and I think I can, like, move it, like, shape it, reshape it.
Maybe.
Yeah. Could I, like, spend one day, like, trying to...
Insight channel.
Yep. trying to poke at it. 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. That's some fucking successes. 3, 6, 7.
You focus on this one day, taking a break from the gym, and reaching out towards it, now no longer under the threat of being deleted in the datascape. It doesn't take much for you to sense an enormous amount of energy being compressed into this little stone. And tampering with it is, well, it's like your little finikin self picking up a boulder.
Yeah, okay.
You wouldn't really know where to even start with this. As a matter of fact, when you do reach out and push it around a little, it gives this buzzing feeling in your head that eventually develops into a headache.
Yeah, okay. I need some more pointers to understand what the fuck to do with this.
Rolling well is not going to be enough for this. But you definitely figured out how to tap into it. Okay.
And that's it.
We'll go back to speeding things along just a tad. Ram. So, you're working with Reeve, and there is eventually an event that involves both you and Titania. Before we fully move on to you.
Okay.
Reeve went shopping too.
Yep.
And so, at one point, the two of them get together with you two.
I vibrate.
And, Reeve pulls out a luxury ball and a friend ball.
Vibrations intensifying.
Are they nervous vibrations?
Yes.
And they both kind of look at you, and Reeve voices the same question on Aya's mind. So you guys sure about this?
I nod.
Ram tries to look confident.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to push.
Tries to look confident, huh?
His actual confidence is probably not that high.
Roll cool perform. Because you're lying.
4 dice. Two successes. Pretty good for 4 dice.
Aya doesn't buy it.
That's about right.
Well, I've described the peculiarities of this already. Twice now, in fact. And much the same happens to the two of you with a little tap.
I don't fight against it, though.
Ram tries to remain as calm as possible. He is not breaking
Yeah.
a luxury ball.
Titania. At some point, you can find that you feel this energy bind to yours, and the gridded, undefined void around you starts to take shape. And you find yourself in something a bit peculiar.
An apartment room.
No.
Ah.
You find yourself in a very large tree and a kind of almost tree house that's a little cobbled together.
Nice.
And this is situated, there's a big, soft, fluffy nest near you,
Nice.
and a bunch of little odds and ends. And you notice that when you look out from this open-air kind of place, that you're in the middle of what looks like a forest. And that there are many crystals growing up and out of the ground, and even out of the plants a little, that give off this dull golden glow.
That's so cool. She's sitting is like, wow. Is this what a light type biome looks like?
And you notice that there appears to be a primitive fire pit that's just burning.
Nice.
And when you reach out towards it, the heat is real, at least as real to you as it gets, and touching the flames doesn't hurt at all.
Not that it ever did.
Not really. No. You feel like you could actually flop into this if you really wanted.
I mean, I take my sweet time checking out the place.
You also see a perfect stick. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, yeah, no.
What, you
Even if
can't
it
take it
was,
with
it was.
you?
I couldn't take it out. Yeah.
It's not real.
I mean, generally, I'm pretty sure that a Brexen would supply its own perfect stick.
But yes. Something about this environment just kind of clicks for you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it does look cool.
And one other little thing. At one point, you touch one of those crystals, and it lets out a pleasant chime sound.
Yes.
And with a little bit of experimenting, you find that each crystal produces its own tone depending on its size.
Can I move the crystals?
You can.
Yes, I'm gonna make a piano. Or, well, would it be a xylophone?
8 hours later, Titania comes out of her Pokeball.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm like.
Everyone's
I'm
worried,
taking
like, what
my
the hell's
sweet
going
time
on?
inside of the ball.
She died in there. It's a death trap.
But yes, it is also a pleasant temperature. Really, everything about this feels cozy.
Yes, and I have a xylophone inside of it now.
The trees from above kind of reach and spread out from kind of tall vertical trunks, meaning that the entire area is kind of enclosed with shade.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of gives it a contained kind of feeling to it.
Mm-hmm.
Although at the top of the little treehouse-like thing, there is a view of an open sky. And you can see the shimmering of stars up there.
Oh, so it is night. It could be night.
Yes.
Well, that's great.
Ram.
I'm gonna be right back. And yeah, again, I'm taking my sweet time in there.
You can find that you can rearrange it largely to your whims. You have some physical control. Ram, you feel that same binding sensation, and the world around you starts to materialize. And one of the first things you sense is the sound of waves. As you find yourself in the mouth of a cave. And as you look around, this cave seems enclosed, and there's almost drape-like vines partially covering the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
It gives it a nice shaded feeling. And there is a small hole in the ceiling kind of towards the center that's kind of acting like a skylight with a beam of light filtering in, lighting up the interior, where you find that the ground is covered in a very soft moss. And over in one corner is a bed made of what looks like some sort of cottonish material.
Okay.
It is very soft. You also notice that there are some berries conveniently growing on some of the vines that with a pluck, feel, smell, and with a taste fairly real, and they are very sweet.
Okay, yeah, Ram might be in here for a while too. Just eating.
On one side of the place, a little waterfall falls into a basin of water, a foot deep, which is fresh water. And stepping outside, you see a white beach extending out from the cave, which is a bit of a rocky outcropping with a lot of flat areas that are kind of layered. So there's a lot of flat places along the ridges of this cave and on top of it, as almost like a dome of rock sticking out of the ground. And there are palm trees, white sandy beaches, crystal clear water, and you can even see coral down there.
Oh, it's like it's my little troll cave resort. I like this.
The goblin.
You also see a strange metallic jagged rock thing. You're not entirely sure. It's almost metalish in nature and is jagged, erratic, and sticking up out of the ground. It's kind of pointy looking because things branch off of it.
Okay.
And you feel drawn to it a little. This is sticking up. It's much larger than you. It's about 10 feet tall, with little spikes that come off of it, and it's a dullish yellow kind of metallic color.
Investigate.
When you reach your paw out to it, there's a little zap between you and it. This thing is charged.
Ooh. Ooh, electric rat scratching pole, but with electricity. Recharge.
Probably to discharge.
Probably
Yeah,
both.
yeah. Mhm.
Ooh.
there is likewise a let me think. A large plant covered in little white flowers.
Okay.
It is a very thick trunk, this plant, and it's also fairly large. And it smells very sweet to you, although you don't really see many berries or fruits or whatever on it. Just these little white flowers. You feel like you should know what this is on some instinctual level, but on a cognitive level, you can roll me clever nature.
Two successes.
That's good enough. This is a Muamua stock. A very a favorite of a lot of Pokemon, in that when you cut it a little, it has a very viscous sap from it.
Okay.
And this sap is incredibly sweet.
Oh, I have a syrup tree now.
Suck the tree.
Excellent. Ram's gonna try it. And he's probably gonna enjoy it greatly.
You reach up towards one of the little sprouts coming off this thing, and with a little bit of effort, pulling down opposite how it's really connected, you snap it off, and you have this soft stem kind of stalk with some leaves on it in your hand that's broken, and you can see the broken bit where you snapped it off starting to drip that gold in its sap, and you just stick it in your mouth and suck on it like a straw.
Ram is literally thinking, this is the trippiest thing ever. Just like a data escape.
And it tastes like everything you hoped.
Oh.
You have a feeling that this might actually be related to Lothern rice juice in general. Most don't get access to pancakes.
Yeah. Ram has reaffirmed in his belief that he should have unlimited sugar.
There is also a lot of driftwood just lying about, and stones that you find that you can pick up and move with relative ease. Some are rounder, some are flatter, and you find that the flatter ones can stack together pretty well.
Ram
And
is
it
going to
doesn't.
build a fort.
Ram begins fort. The sand is warm under your toes, and you can feel the warmth of the sun beating down on you, and it seems to energize you a little.
So much better than winter right now.
There is one time where you get startled a little, where you see that spire start to spark a little. That gradually intensifies before it gets struck with a bolt of lightning.
Ah, lightning rod.
Meanwhile, we click. And Reeve looked down at 2 active Pokeballs containing Pokemon, and neither opens right away.
Mm-hmm.
And they look at each other and give each other a nervous, reassuring smile.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Meanwhile, a few hours pass, and Ram and both Ari and Marcus do eventually become aware that this happened and that neither of you have come out yet. Whereas they're like, this is cool. Anyway, leave.
Mm-hmm.
I have a personal resort. I'm not leaving.
Yeah, I have a perfect house. It's gonna be a while until I leave.
I live here now. It's fine. Go on without me.
Yeah, I was listening to what was happening.
We are in Pokeballs and not coming out.
I
No.
look at Reeve and say under my breath as I stop my train for a moment and say, Sam.
Might have been so
He
dumb.
looks at you like he heard you mutter something, but it was in Pokespeak.
Float.
And then I go back to trading as if nothing happened.
You do remember at one point Ram walking up to some random passerby and, like, with the cheeriest, most upbeat tone, scathingly insulted everything about them? And they're like, oh, you're so cute. And you have to wonder if that's something that's happened to you in the past. Like the friendly neighborhood cat wasn't just dissing you every time. But time progresses. Titania gets some R&R, gets a pocket house, basically.
Yeah. I'm getting my pocket house set up.
And both you and Ram find that you can push against this energy eventually and force yourselves out when you want to.
Yep. It's like about 3 hours after, 3 hours later, I pop out.
And this continues with some antics here and there. Ram is mostly practicing with Reeve, and it seems that the posing, after a point, Reeve explains, is more to synchronize than anything else. And that it's not entirely necessary, it just kind of makes things easier. It's kind of a team building thing.
Mm-hmm.
And after 6 days of trying to get the hang of drawing power from this crystal with Reeve's aid, you start to figure it out. And on the 6th day, you manage to fully unlock it. But when you pull it out, you feel overwhelmed with power for the first time, and you're not really sure what to do with it, so it kind of just runs wild for a few moments, where everyone has to duct tape cover a little as you kind of just blast an area, and by the end of it, you're sitting in basically a smoldering crater with a bunch of electrical scorch marks all over the yard, and you're like, did I do that?
Oh, I'm not gonna have to pay for this, am I?
Pokemon.
Oh yeah, no responsibility. We're good.
Cackles. Abuse the system. I'm a human when it matters and not when it does.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's human.
And you have figured out out a Z move. It takes Smalls a little bit longer than you because they're not as naturally adept as a Raichu is when it comes to sheer energy power. You levitate everywhere.
But Spooter getting power.
You do figure it out in 6 days.
Okay.
And you now have homework. In PokeRole 2.0, every single Z move is a custom move that is specific to the Pokemon and is built a particular way. There isn't any there were a lot of in Sun and Moon. There was a lot of Z moves that were special to a very specific Pokemon. So there was Electrium Z, where you just Z moved. But then there was 10,000 volts for Pikachu. Basically, every Pokemon has a 10,000 volts.
Okay.
Your Z move should reflect you and have properties associated with you. And therefore, and what they do, they operate on a point system in a lot of ways, with those points being dependent on what your rank is. Because of the existence of experienced rank, which you're at, you will have one more point than the book kind of tells you you have, which would ordinarily be amateur. You will read that part of the book, figure out exactly how it works, and then we will customize a Z move.
Okay.
Technically, you can have multiple Z moves. So you could have your psychic one, your electric one, your support one, whatever. But let's have Ram figure out one way to do it for now.
Okay.
And he can start working on other ways. Master one first, invent more later.
Fair enough.
So, yeah. Post game, look that up. We will lab it out because they literally do not have templates. You have to make them custom because it's literally the entire way it even works.
Okay.
I can't just use this. And you can do some really wacky things. So, you figure out Z crystals.
Do I need additional training to do it by myself?
A little bit.
Okay.
But you've gotten over the hardest part. Basically, you've learned to do something with help, and now you just need to learn how to do it without help. So Sensei has helped you do it the first time. Now do it while Sensei watches.
Okay.
As
soon as I get Will, then I'll work on that.
You have unlocked the mighty power of Z moves. This is an achievement. You retain 1 will.
Ooh. Unlimited power.
Standing maneuver.
2 will. I can now spend a will at some point. And not die.
Eri, Ram figures this out fastest. Because he's having some pretty significant help. But,
First
after that,
shit.
after that, Ram starts getting some lessons from Soul and Oracle. Starts working on that. And it's around day 10 that a lot of things start to all line up at the same time. Ram, you're making progress, but you're not quite there. However, it's around this time Marcus and Eri master their moves.
Congrats.
You have gained Roost and Liquidation, respectively.
It's pretty cool. I agree with that statement.
Marcus, you stand triumphant, looking down at as the blade-like beam of water leaves your hand. At the successfully bisected piece of scrap metal. Steel scrap metal.
Yes.
You're so quiet we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I've just been this time trying to form this like giant like falchion like blade in my hands, and for every
You guys hearing that crackling too?
Yes.
You must be.
Yes, I am.
No talking, all crackling.
Yeah.
for real,
That last part, yeah.
Now I hear.
Hmm.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Check your connection in the wires a little, and then you form a blade of water.
A nice little giant falchion shaped blade of agua, yeah. And for everything that's put down in front of me, I try to chop it in half.
A block of wood. Chop. A rock. Chop. A piece of metal. Chop. Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is working.
And as I stand over this,
They grab one of the starlies stalking Titania and put it down on the block.
and as I pick up this steel, I look incredulously at it and think to myself, did I really do that?
Rowan has his hands in his pockets as he looks at you. Looks like it.
I'm going to draw out my actual sword and see if I can just manifest the blade. Not actually swing it, but manifest the blade around to make it like, basically a lightsaber, but water.
You focus, and I'm not going to make you roll it just to do it, but you can manifest the move and just not hit with it. It takes some focus and concentration to maintain it. But yeah, you've basically manifested the move as a sword, because that's the way you computed.
I'm going to pick up one of the pieces of scrap metal, and not using the actual metal blade, but rather the watery extension, proceed to quarter the piece of metal.
Shing, shing, shing! Oh! You drop the pieces as you retract your hands and look at your palm and see a little red line.
I say sarcastically, ow. As I dismiss the water blade and put up my sword.
Cut through that last bit a little too fast, too easy.
And I'm very nonchalant about the fact about this cut.
Meanwhile, Ari has... you were with us, right, Ari? She has discovered something alarming.
Alarming?
Because she knows the moment. She knows the moment she's figured it out. Because at one point, you sit down and you focus and you zen out like you've been trying to with Percy, and you zone out so hard that you snap awake, feeling like you fell asleep. Like for a while, like you took a whole freaking nap. Like this was so boring, you keeled over and you took an 8-hour nap.
Oh.
But when you look at the clock, only a few seconds have gone by.
Oh, I must be really. Wait, what?
You felt like you took an entire nap in like 2 seconds.
Oh.
And you feel refreshed and awake.
Oh.
Like you could do this instead of sleeping.
This
God,
is
that's not good.
so.
As long as you have will
healthy.
points, yeah.
No, it doesn't cost will.
It doesn't cost will.
It doesn't cost will.
A healing move costs will.
Yes.
It does not cost will.
Roost is so fucking broken. Why do you think I wanted it so bad?
Actually, it does cost will.
Oh, does
Ow,
it?
you balanced it!
No, it costs will because of override rules,
That's
which is in the descriptive rules of basic heal.
Yes.
Basically, they've worded it in a way where it's connected to the heal itself. So even if it isn't mentioned on the card for things like Roost and Shore Up and Pollen Puff, by its very nature of being a healing move, it costs will.
I wish you would have told me that before I took the time to learn the move, but it's still useful,
I mean, it's called reading the book, no?
It's okay. It's called reading the book and looking at move Roost.
It's nuanced, I will admit. It's not infinite, but that's why I said it's doing a little bit more than just getting you some HP back sometime.
That's fair.
And Percy looks over at you.
Free healing would be busted.
Yeah.
You spaced out for a minute there. Did you finally figure it out?
I think. I don't know. I'm getting the vague feeling that if I'd used it successfully, I would be passed out on the floor right now.
Well, if you felt like you just took a power nap, you pulled it off.
It was a joke because it uses will.
You have learned to move or gain a will.
Okay. Sure.
You have accomplished what you set out to do. Now give me that will back, because you roosted. No, just kidding. He pats you on the head with one of his gigantic ass wing. Now, remember to take an actual nap from time to time. I know it feels like you could just do that forever. But, I know it feels a lot like you could just do that and take it instead of sleeping like a normal person, but you need to give your body time to rest naturally.
You say that. Aries kind of just like doing the motion of stroking your chin, like. I'm doing it in real life right now, actually.
Roosts will allow you to recover HP, and will also let you skip sleep cycles. Doing so will also make your friends skip sleep cycles as they become increasingly more worried about you.
You know, she.
Ari, you've been awake.
Yeah.
You've been awake for 3 days. We need to stop.
Regardless, if
that's like using a will to skip a sleep cycle. I mean, unless
there are positives that will
if I
discuss
don't use it out of battle, or
Because of the
Assuming
nature
still,
of
yes.
healing moves, it will cost will.
Oh, well, yeah. What if I use it just for the sleeping?
Still cost will.
Okay.
Uh, the will is kind of manifesting and functioning like basically the tax in your body that it costs to do this.
Figures. Supercharging your cells would probably,
Yeah.
not be
You're
too
skipping the
easy to
sleep
get.
cycle and not being exhausted by it. You're using will.
Man, I wish I could have this thing in real life, dude.
Same.
Like, that would be so useful. Like,
Lay
one
down.
fast.
Lay down for
and-
10 seconds, let out the mightiest of all snores, and get back up. So,
Well,
so Marcus has learned the move. Ram has made progress. Titania is chilling out with her fluffy fam.
Mm.
And Ari has figured out how to power nap. Let's see.
off to Brazil. Goodbye.
I will call a short break here while I check some things.
While that's happening, I guess Marcus will just hang out more with Ruin's team to kind of catch up. Until. Huh?
Yes. You're going to spend the remaining time chillaxing.
Mostly, yeah.
Very good. Hanging out with your brother and his team, catching up, making up for lost time. It took you 9 days?
9 days.
9 days to figure out liquidation. So, knowing the amount of time behind the scenes that it takes to get Hope out of the oven,
Yes.
relax.
Oven too, yes.
A wicked bit of change.
Yeah, a week and a bit of change, exactly. You will regain a will.
Joke's on you. I have full will. Give me humanity back.
Oh. You know. You're reconnecting with your past with Rowan. Like, to the extreme degree. Yeah. You get a humanity back.
Imagine that.
Thank you. Much better. And I guess we're about to see Ari off or something.
Yes, when everyone is back.
I'm here.
Fury?
Yep, I'm here.
I already know Zer and Noah are here. So, around day 10, you celebrate figuring out how to power nap. And you have approached your friends and told them that, hey, guys, guess what? I figured out how to take a whole nap in 2 seconds.
On the other hand, I'm giving Ram a heart attack because my right hand's bandaged up because I've been playing with water
You're
swords.
too busy stroking Kensai's
Sword.
Good grief, Noah.
You're both alarming, Ram.
Ari looks so excited
Yeah.
about being able to sleep in 2 seconds.
And only in 2 seconds. Yes.
I'm sure she will never abuse it ever.
Don't worry about me.
The only one she'll be abusing is herself.
Yep.
Just a question: does the rest feel like a full 8 hour, or like It's just like a budget 6 hour.
It feels more like a budget 6 hour
Okay.
in reality. But you do go from feeling like I'm dying to I want to go back to sleep. But I'm awake.
Makes sense.
You could always just chain 3 of them together in the course of 6 seconds and take an 18-hour nap. Like Viri.
Yeah, every day.
He doesn't have to use 3 will to do that, does he?
Because I use the actual time.
Exactly.
It's effective, though.
It is, you're right.
I still take your word for it. Last time I did that, I felt like I was dying.
I don't suggest it.
Oh
I
no,
really
yeah,
don't.
that's not healthy at all, but like, okay.
Matter of fact, at my current age, I don't even think I could do it. I think my entire body would start to scream it.
You would die. You would.
I would
literally
have.
pass away.
I would require drugs in order to make myself do it.
You
which
old
is bad.
fucking man. Stop snorting melatonin.
But it tastes so good.
It doesn't.
And upon receiving the news, Hawthorne, you all kind of gathered together as Hawthorne joins you as well. And the day has arrived. So are you ready? This would be a chance to say our goodbyes.
Yeah, I'm
Harry gets hugged.
I'm ready.
Ram is crying.
I had Pat Arian say, "Do look out there, will ya?"
I'll make you guys proud. I hope. And
After the hug, I tell you, remember about the thing about the Fridays.
no, of course.
Ram is crying and is going on like a mother talking to her child, like, make sure you eat all your vegetables and wash behind your ears, your ear membranes, whatever they are, and
No,
clean
really,
your feathers.
Really, I'll be fine. Just,
No, you can't. And Ram's just crying and
worry
like,
about
I
worry about
quickly
yourself.
grab
Okay?
Ram's shoulder and pull him away. Like, okay, calm the fuck down.
I'll be in good hands. All right. In fact, I don't think there's much better hands.
Ram is not convinced.
Hawthorne
Alright.
taps behind his right ear, looking at you, Ari. It's not still aching a little, is it?
Thank you.
Aiken, huh?
There was something put right behind your right ear
Oh,
that's not very visible under your feathers, but you felt it for a few days. It was a
Bad.
dull throb. Now you hardly notice it.
yeah, it's better.
Remember, if you need to get my attention to come take a look at you and send a conveniently timed email about needing you back, just apply pressure to that spot for 3 seconds, and you should hear a sound, a little tone that only you'll be able to hear because it's coming from inside your head.
Oh, you know about the thing that I forgot to ask? It wasn't to Aya. But finish
And,
up with it.
uh,
Then I'll send a message to Avatar.
What if something else presses my head for 3 seconds? Just like hypothetically. I don't know. Wait a minute, he can't hear me. Ari just shrugs. She's like, alright.
I look at you and think about getting my notebook out and write that down for Hawthorne.
No, it's...
Asking that question.
Weird question.
All right, as long as you understand that. And it's a fair amount of pressure, too.
Oh yeah. I'm not expecting to get head slammed anytime soon. At least, I think. Probably, yeah. Gonna have to go and say yes. Alright.
We'll just have to hope Nora doesn't put your head in a vice.
Eric takes the book from Marcus and he's like, she does that?
No.
I asked him and say, would she really do that? Do we?
No.
Harry writes down, what a shame. Immediately scribbles it out.
It's a quick way to crack your Geodude.
I just write down.
Anyways.
Well, remember, the three of you, Harry's not that far away through the power of technology.
And when he mentions that, I send him a message saying, once we are back at our village, I need her every Friday.
I think that can be arranged.
I write down. Also, after you send Arya on her way, could we by chance have a quick talk?
Okay.
I give a thumbs up.
I'm not exactly going anywhere. He looks over towards the lab.
And I write down, just making sure.
I think your friend is well past the halfway point at this stage.
I also give a thumbs up in response.
Very well. Come along, Gary. You point.
Finish what you're saying. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off like this.
What was Harry going to say?
What?
He said, "Come along."
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I thought someone else was talking. That's alright. Take care, guys. Yeah.
Ram flies as fast as he can after Aerie and tackle hugs her. Be okay.
Okay.
I give Aerie one more head rub and say, give thumbs up. You'll do fine. Just don't do it too hard, okay?
At this point, y'all are stressing her out.
No, yeah.
No. And then I give her space.
And then I give her space. Ram does not. He is hugging. That's right.
No, I'm gonna have to go at some point. You know,
Ram does a big, disgusting sounding sniff and nods and just like, let's go.
Okay. Aerie kind of just like glances from Marcus to Titania like, guys.
I move in to grab Ram and put Prime away. I'm like, that's enough.
Ram is already relenting.
Look, I'll be fine as long as they don't hear any reports of you three getting yourselves killed. Then I won't be fine. I'll be a little less fine. They're just like, don't do that. Otherwise, I think we're good to go.
Remember, you're masquerading as a average, everyday Archon. That means you're not just going to have to convince Nora to keep her out of more serious involvements, but also her Pokemon.
Yeah, I know. Don't want to get them targeted by the CIA. I mean, the Atlas.
I should mention that you're a fossil Pokemon, and an easy thing to do would just be pretend you're one of the ones brought back from a rock, and therefore your entire brain is on the fritz. Last thing you remember was a forest in a jungle about 10,000 years ago. Then it's all fuzzy.
Oh, play stupid, huh? Yeah, I've been doing that all my life.
Now then, with an almost casualness, he pulls out a Pokeball, and a red beam zaps Eri, and she disappears into it. And he just walks away.
Alright.
And she was never
I'm going
seen
to my
again.
homeland, Australia.
Yes, Australia. Just don't do drugs
Except
there, okay?
I'm not a British prince, but hey, you know. Whatever.
Or play RimWorld over there.
She's gone. She'll be back. All right. Small detour. Well, maybe not small. That's kind of disingenuous. But everyone will have their moments. So this will be one of Aries.
Mhm.
Sorry, guys.
No, don't worry.
Do it up.
No.
Time in Hawthorne's house will continue with Zur getting some R&R, catching up, and recovering a bit of his humanity after the war.
But by the way, shouldn't I have recovered some humanity after meeting my long lost Pokemon?
Yeah, you would have.
Thanks. Where did I put my humanity? Here.
In fact, this has kind of been a bit of a refreshing catch up with everyone kind of time. So I would say that I'm an equal rewarding GM. Everyone gets one back.
Oh, you communist son of a bitch! I love you.
Ooh.
What?
I get that one back from that fucking Motham.
Haha, I get that one back from getting decked by a Dragonite.
Still have to murder that thing.
It was all good fun. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, why did you learn flamethrower? You're not supposed to.
Uh-huh. I like
Yep.
this scenario.
Yep. I like this scenario too.
Feed the moth to the Pixis.
What could go wrong?
The
Nothing.
fire and ice Pixis.
Though we're just useless side characters, anyways.
Who are? Be careful about your answer.
Oh, you know who I was talking about.
Uh-huh. All right. So, Ari,
Hi.
you find yourself back in your little jungle home. It's still nice in here.
Huh. So when do the UFOs come to take me away?
As you're kind of waiting in there, there is a change where the natural motions of everything kind of freeze as if time had stopped for a moment before it degenerates back down to that kind of gridded space where you were bound up.
Oh boy.
And you feel a sense of motion and disorientation for a few moments before it goes away and everything rematerializes back to how it was. And this was like 15, 30 seconds.
This is Yep.
Wow, is that really the definition of this picture? Holy
Wow, that is.
I didn't know
look at
Australia was a
that.
fuzzy JPEG.
I didn't know Australia was. Actually, I knew Australia was horrible.
wow. I really could have. How small do I have to make this to make it not awful? Answer is really fucking small.
God, that's horrid.
Welcome to Australia. I hope you
Isn't
enjoy
that-
Hello,
it.
Australia.
I hope
Well,
I should have tested this.
things like images like those to me just look like the stock images for RPG Maker. I'm sorry if it's not, but they just look like that.
Oh
for
no,
me.
it's not. It has like the specific Pokemon mountain.
Yeah, Theater of the Mind is good.
rip Australia.
I mean, I'd say a blurry JPEG is better than nothing, but I do Theater of the Mind, yeah.
Yeah, some of these are too extreme.
Too extreme to be Australia. Alright.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could find something really fast, and it's probably not going to be really fast. So, well,
Are you trying to... Okay.
There you go. I did it for you.
That did not look like Australia to me at all.
I try, okay?
And then
Yeah,
I realized
it really
what it
just
was.
doesn't. Oh my god.
Oh,
it's
it's the troll cave where Ram's Pokeball initially puts him.
Nora's gonna ask me questions 3. If I don't answer them correctly, I instantly die.
and why are you guys calling it Australia? It's like a little island to the south. Well, I mean, it's your
Because Aries British and you're sending her to an island.
fair.
To be fair, it could be New Zealand.
An
So-
island. Love it.
Larry, after a moment, you find yourself brought out and see an unfamiliar face.
Stop drawing weed, you bastard. It's your bit. I mean, unless Nora's like smoking pot the moment I see her, in which case, no, that's completely just. Is Nora smoking pot?
No.
Sorry, I don't know this is. Okay. Well, that's a little disappointing.
Noah instantly hates Nora.
No, you do not speak for me. Fuck off.
But she's a ginger.
She's one of the good ones, alright?
Okay then. Fine. Be that way.
It's like, okay. Characters with like the one ponytail that's really long, male or female, just kind of hit this tingle right in the back of my brain that's like, ooh, ooh.
Okay, that's absolutely fair.
So she has like a fucking trowel and paintbrush on it. Okay. That's fucking weird.
It's an archaeologist. So
I mean, yeah, no, it makes sense. Makes sense. It's just a little unsettling.
Give it a minute to load.
Oh god, is this a mugging?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
You find yourself somewhere new. You find yourself outside on kind of rocky soil. And when you look around, you find yourself in what basically most easily equates to you as like the dig site of an old civilization, really. As you see old buildings around and excavation zones. And the area is, in general, mountainous, rocky, and kind of got that ancient feel to it. There's occasional outcroppings of green here and there of a hardy plant, and the air is a bit cool. You see a newer building nearby as you're kind of absorbing your surroundings that looks like a museum. But when you squint your eyes, you see that there's some extra things on that museum, and you realize that it's not just a museum, but a gym.
Ooh.
And
That's so cool.
you see that there are definitely some newer buildings around that were definitely put here, but they were kind of built near and around what looks like a much, much older town. And when you do look around, there's a lot of fossil and ancient Pokemon motifs. This place has a theme. I think you picked up on it.
Huh.
And you see a girl standing in front of you. She's got a little bit of dirt on her cheek. She's grinning down at you. She is wearing what looks like a cross between casual clothes and excavation gear, complete with a helmet that probably never comes off. The hard hat. Like, this girl is used to being in situations where a block of rock can fall on her head.
Hard-headed lass.
Some simple tools are around her belts, and you can see she has a bandage or two on her. As she grins down at you enthusiastically, as her eyes almost sparkle, looking over you. It makes you slightly uncomfortable.
He's just looking up at this girl like,
You must be Eri.
She kind of just waves. Hi.
She kind of leans down and takes a closer look at you. You're a pretty good one.
Yeah, bitch.
Feathers are bright. Yeah,
Oh, shit.
whoever put you back together knew what they were doing. Hawthorne said that you were brought back. I don't know if you really understand what the heck's happened, but it's nice to meet you.
Archin?
Hawthorne said that I needed to get you back up to speed again on being alive again. So we're going to give you a workout.
Here he just sighs, like, alright.
He wanted you to evolve, but not into an Archeops. So I got something around. She shuffles around in her backpack for a moment before she pulls out a rock. Aha! Here. She hands you the rock.
What? What's the rock?
When you take it and look at it, no, Dwayne lost its life, remember?
Oh, sorry, I completely
Salute.
forgot about him. I was just thinking about Dwayne The Rock Johnson. My mistake.
He sacrificed himself nobly.
Wait, Dwayne's dead? Oh, sorry, no, The Rock. Yep. no, sorry, not that the rock. The rock. You know?
You turn it over and you find that there is a fossilized talon in this thing. Just keep that on you and it'll give you the right kind of juju.
Jerry just kind of looks at it like, okay, sure, I guess.
We'll put it in your nest. Or you could take it back with you into your Pokeball. Just as long as you're exposed to it. Should wake up all of those good old forgotten genes in your system.
Harry nods like, yeah, I like that.
Now, why don't we get you a little more familiar with where you're going to be staying for a little while. And you can meet the rest of the team. They'll be helping you work out. My name's Nora, by the way. And she will show you around a little while. That museum is full of all kinds of fossil replicas of all kinds of ancient Pokemon. Some of them you don't recognize. And at one point, she brings you to a skeleton of a very raptor-looking like creature.
Huh.
With some elbow grease and some hard work, this is what we're going to be trying to turn you into. And
Harry's confusion kind of just dusts off as she's like, oh, that's badass.
As you look over at a panel of a non-skeletal version of this Pokemon, and this Pokemon is, well, it has a little picture of a human next to it for scale, so this is to scale when I put it next to Nora. As you see this for the first real time in the context of, oh, that might be me?
5'11" the heat. Wait, no, that's
Holy
even
shit, that's huge.
It's a raptor.
Bro, is Nora just short?
She is a little short. Helps with
Oh.
the caves.
You poor thing.
Subterranean world is a short person's lower kingdom.
Fucking dwarf.
Believe it.
I am taller. That's weird.
Yeah, that
Isn't Marcus supposed to be like 6 foot? I thought when you showed me the character sheet it was 5'11". I thought it was.
I think something with the import might have gotten funky.
Okay.
I made it to scale, and then... Remember, Marcus, if you like get perfectly flat with the ground, they're elevated like...
Wait, yeah, you know what that
Oh
is.
yeah, that makes sense.
That,
But we're like
actually,
roughly equal height, right?
Yes. Measured at the top of your heads. But you see a picture of that thing.
Wow. Wait, so was there pictures next to all the other fossils I saw?
Yeah. Most of them.
And you said weren't identified and were totally fake, Mon. Hey, can you show them to us after session?
Sure.
Alright, sweet.
But this is half a museum, half a gym.
Oh,
As she shows you the gym arena and the gym leader back rooms, which has a sparring area for her team, a room for her that is basically her office, a storage area for her, and a small bedroom. She might sleep here. Actually, looking at the clutter, she definitely sleeps here. Half her things seem meticulously organized, and the other half look like they were tossed on the floor.
Lokil, I'm gonna kill you.
Reject bird, return to dinosaur.
Reject bird, return to dinosaur. But, she shows you around a little bit. It's a pleasant little town. There's not a lot of people here. Most people here are archaeologists and hermits, really. And trainers. Quite a few trainers coming to challenge the gym. And she explains that you'll probably be witness and might even be involved in a few of those challenges.
Stop being a hater, Lokil.
Shush, go onwards.
Oh wow, it's almost like it's made to look like a raptor, you dumbass. Sorry,
Yeah.
Move onwards.
Stop being such a hater then. Jeez.
I use Discord chat for a reason.
Look, stop talking.
Alright. The town has all the accommodations of a remote outpost, including a Pokemart and a Poke Center. And it seems to be situated halfway into a mountain on this island. And you do eventually get a view where you can see the ocean. It's very rocky terrain.
Pretty neat.
And then,
Is it like cold as shit?
it's a little chilly.
Oh, yeah.
But then she takes you out into an open area. She grins down at you. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah. She knows. Ari knows that she can't hear, but she doesn't care.
You respond. Alright, well, I think it's time you met the team. They'll be helping you out with the training. The pro rank team?
Wait, didn't you say this girl was master?
Gym leaders are pro.
Ah, okay.
As a general rule.
Makes sense.
As you see her pull out more than 6 Pokeballs.
Oh. That's quite a lot. Also, that seems illegal.
She grins down at you. Alright, most people will be carrying around 6 of these, but us gym leaders need to be able to challenge anyone at any level, so we have a few more.
Okay, it seems a little more legal now. Break the rules because they're part of the government.
As she tosses them up, there are a bunch of flashes of lights. For the Earth Trainer.
Is she ground or rock or both? I'm gonna assume she's both. Also, Jesus Christ. Oh, Lokil's gonna have a field day with that. Anyways. Oh, Cleaver's badass.
Okay, this one.
Extra Drill is cool. Dreadnought is fucking awesome. I really like Aerodactyl. Really exists.
I like all of the fake ones.
Google Co. Holy shit, Google Co.
Google it.
Oh my god.
It looks cool.
He's so awesome.
And then there is the mandatory furry bait and...
Oh, you haven't even heard what their gimmick is.
Oh, what the fuck do you mean?
It's very, very unique. I will say that, and very, very cool.
I don't know if I'm a little concerned about you saying that after the furry bait comment. I like that their tail is a spear, though. That's cool.
That makes me ask a question. Does that thing actually have reach, or is it just...
This is one of those things. This is what I meant by shame Ram isn't here with that Pokédex.
Yeah, no, that figures.
I mean, he couldn't have the Pokédex anyway.
By the way, Gecko friend,
Google Co.
rock light type.
Oh,
Nice.
that's cool.
the Divine Rock?
Oh my god, his name is so funny, I can't get over it.
Yeah, Google that.
This is Dwayne. This is Dwayne Reborn.
This group all materializes and looks around a moment before you feel 9 pairs of eyes lock onto you.
Hi.
As she stands there with her hands on her hip with a big smile. I'm sure you guys will be great friends. Now, why don't you go get to know each other?
Oh, where do I start? What do you guys want to start taking volunteers? Which he was the most enthusiastic about this?
Good luck!
Wait! Oh god.
She, hums as she walks back towards the gym. As all the other Pokemon watch her go, some of them with a bit of exasperation.
Is she normally this much of a handful?
The Excadrill kind of turns to you. Yes.
Okay.
This person walks up
Oh Christ.
and picks you up. Birdie.
Nice.
Did they really say that?
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Birdie. Uh-huh.
Gajitsi
You put
buddy.
me down now?
She chuckles a little and puts you back down with a bit of a grin.
Thank you. I'd normally like someone to introduce me before they get to touching me, but, it's fine. Oh, sorry, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I was just assuming you all knew me. God, I'm a little conceited. My name's Ares, but, you can call me Airy. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Interesting name.
Yeah, Hawthorne, he had a field day. I don't know. There he shrugs. I really never understood the humans. They do their things.
Yeah, they take some getting used to. You can call me Eve.
Eve. Where's Adam? Sorry.
She shrugs.
I did not say that in character. That would be stupid. Ari has not read the Bible. She's not that. Anyways. Wait, would there even be a... I mean, there wouldn't be like a conventional Bible in this world, but it'd be like the Bible, Arceus, like Gospel of... You know what? Hey, who are you? She turns to the Google code.
You see them tilt their head. Their eyes both focus on you, and they seem to glow a little, as do the crystals on their back, as they kind of grin at you. They have motions that remind you of the Kecleons a little. My name is Peekaboo.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, that's... can't tell if it's cool or adorable. Anyways.
You see them grin as the light, the crystals on their back flash on and off like a light bulb.
So what's your deal? Ari's just kind of eyeing him up, like, you remind me of, like, Kecleon.
We live deep underground, or used to. Not a lot of light down there, so we made our own.
Huh.
Everything that has eyes is really good at seeing in the dark. So if you suddenly light up like the sun, they start screaming.
Huh. Genuitive. Anyways, you? How's it going?
Kabutops.
Figures. Yeah. Do they have anything more to say, or?
He nods. Dang. Where was the list of names? It's exhausting to name every single one of them.
Yeah, but I need to ask them all.
I'll give you all their names later.
Okay. Well...
The Excadrill seems indifferent. The Lunatone just kind of floats there, watching. The Dreadnought and the Cleavor seem a bit less approachable.
Friendly. They seem edgy. Yeah.
Or at the very least are considerate enough not to crowd you further, because both of them are fairly intimidating. You just look up and see a Cleavor staring down at you.
Yeah, Ari just kind of wants to break off from the crowd and be like, so, you're the cool one, are you? To the Dreadnought.
He kind of snorts. Tough one, maybe.
Like that. You have, some very interesting utensils there.
Thank you. I made them from the bones of my enemies.
Alright. That's cool. That
wasn't a joke.
No, yeah, I figured.
Okay, I like this one. No offense, can say.
You know, that's pretty cool. I guess. What bones are they from? You know, like some tarantula bones in there.
He holds up the club. I'm pretty sure this was from a Tyrantrum. The saw, though, that one came from a Manaswine.
Ooh. Nice.
It's one of the things we do. Make things from bones.
You're just naturally born weapon crafters?
He kind of shrugs.
Alright. Sounds about right.
Don't ask me to explain it.
Oh yeah, it's unknown mysteries of life, huh?
One day I just had the compulsion to pick up one of the bones and turn it into a knife. Well, it was more of a shiv.
Yep.
We make them and give them to our kids, if we have any. Not really my deal.
Yeah, Ari was about to say I could assume, but thought better.
You ever seen something like me before?
Oh no. I haven't seen much of you before, actually.
Yes, there used to be a lot more of us around, but apparently we all died.
Yeah, no, I feel that one.
Apparently there's a Pokemon similar to us alive now called a Marowak.
Yeah. How the hell did those ones beat you out?
I don't know. I was dead.
A volcano.
That's understandable.
That one was a meteor.
Oh, of course.
That was to say that the Tornadus screeched and body slammed to the ground. That's somewhere around Mach 7.
What a lovely fellow. I love meeting him today. Anyways, yeah, I feel like I'm good on commiserating with all of them.
You can call me Keld.
Keld. Oh yeah. Is that spelled like K-E-L-D?
I have no idea how it's spelled.
I was asking you, the game master.
K-E-L-D.
Fuck off.
But that's the team. You know how there's Cubone, Marowak, and then an even further form?
Sorry?
Oh, right. You guys didn't hear about him. I thought I did explain it, but a Marowak has an evolution.
Yeah, Gatekeeper. He's totally cool. Not gonna murder us or anything.
There's actually a variant of all three.
Now I can see how they... Alright. Wow, that's fucking cool.
So, welcome to family, Aries' other family.
Damn, fuck all of you! Sorry, what? Didn't mean to say that.
We shall do more with them later. But after getting introduced, being showed around, getting used to it, you get right into training with Nora.
Meat of the matter.
She is the Earth Trainer gym leader. And that means she not only has she specializes in rock and ground types, but she also has wild cards on her team, which are ancient extinct Pokemon.
Yeah.
There are Pokemon on her team that are neither rock or ground.
Like Eve.
Like Eve and like Keld.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, mostly rock and ground with a few wild cards.
That's interesting.
The Fossil Trainer.
I definitely like the what's it called again? The one with the saw, Keld.
The Dreadnought.
Yeah.
But time progresses. Eri is no longer with you.
Sad times.
And
That seems like good times.
I will say that over the course of these 2 weeks, you guys go on 1 or 2 more shopping trips with the list I shall be providing hopefully soon to pick up some extra things, because that did happen chronologically. And something happens.
Oh.
Ram,
Uh-huh.
you are outside, and you've been in basically trying your best and making some progress, holding a mental conversation with Soul and Oracle, where they only talk to you telepathically, and you can only talk back to them telepathically. And it's been slow going, but you're getting there. And you're taking a little break to rest that think meat in your head.
My 2 brain cells need a break.
As you drink some water outside, while the others kind of meander around a little ways away and not really paying much attention to other than what they're immediately doing, you hear a rustle from the bush behind you.
Am I next to Soul and Oracle?
No, you split up, then took a break. Oracle went back inside, and Soul went over to go check on Selkie, which is using the outdoor pool.
Immediate Miracle Eye?
Kind of not entirely necessary. You're close to the bush, and you hear something from it as it rustles again a little. Psst.
Oh my god, it's a talking bush. Yeah? Bush?
Keep it down. Keep it down. Get over here.
A stranger danger?
The voice is familiar to you.
It's Shaman. It's Shaman.
Shaman, yeah.
Shaman.
Ram kind of gets closer to the bush, kind of trying to act nonchalant.
They nailed it.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
As you see a shaman poke its head out a little from the bush.
Oh, very conspicuous.
Hey,
Yeah.
I finally managed to find you guys.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a computer. It's kind of hard to figure that shit out.
Sorry. I'm really sorry, Lord Shaman.
Are you guys cool here? You don't look like you're in a cage.
I'm getting special training. I'm good.
I can see that. Are you guys, like, good? Last I saw you, I was screaming at you to run.
Ram is trying to mentally yell for Reeve. Because he'd never seen Shaman. He wanted to see Shaman. And Ram's like, no, we're good. We're good. We've met up with our friends. We're safe. Is everything safe with you guys?
He looks a little frustrated. I kicked their ass, but they got away.
Seed Flare will do that.
Plot said so.
They used an escape orb, and when I tried to stop them, one of the dude's Pokemon literally jumped right in fucking front of me and suicided to take the whole blast. I didn't even mean to kill him, but
that sounds really familiar, actually. That's what the other one did.
That's some dedication. I didn't exactly expect that level of commitment to the evil guy.
Yeah, I don't understand it either myself.
But yeah, that guy got vaporized, the other two got away. The other three apparently got their asses handed to them, and by that I mean had holes in them.
Yeah. Marcus has a sword, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah.
He kind of wears it everywhere.
Yeah. That's what happened to that
And
one.
I assume that where you guys left was somewhere in that area, but it was closed by the time I got to it.
How did you find us?
Trade secret.
Suspicious.
Yeah, you guys were kind of not really supposed to be doing what you were doing in the first place, so I'm still trying to process what I shouldn't tell you. I'm kind of leaning towards tell you, because if you can do it, you're probably going to do it again, and I won't be there next time, most likely.
Yeah,
and if you can do it, there's something special about you, so we probably don't want you to get killed because of ignorance.
Ram's like, is there room inside that bush? Do I need to get in here? Because I need this information.
It's a ruby bush.
Ram is climbing inside of the bush.
He retreats, and you climb inside the bush.
Okay, so long story short, Lord Shaman, we are with Professor Hawthorne. He is basically our keeper at the moment.
One of those human professors?
Yeah, he's got a lot of money. It's great. It's nice. I'm eating food. It's wonderful. We're not normal, so he's helping Hope right now and us.
Yeah, I've kind of picked up on that.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to talk to you about it before this happened.
Yeah, how much do you know?
Only that you feel really weird, aura-wise.
Ram is seriously pondering what he should tell Shaman.
Like, your body can't quite, your soul can't really figure out if you're human or a Pokemon, really.
That's pretty accurate, actually. Ram is kind of shocked.
So I'm kind of wondering what the hell did that to you? But right now I'm just making sure you're... Oh, I kind of came here to rescue you. And then I see you all chilling out.
Oh, yeah. Marcus has got a very close friend here. The human. I was captured by a human. Titania was captured by a human. Aerie was captured by a human. And Marcus was captured by a human.
He blinks. Different humans?
Yes.
Well, good luck with your new life.
Oh, no. Well, stop. Lord Shaman, stop. Nope. No. Voluntarily and with terms.
Okay, a lot of Pokemon do that.
But we're not exactly just Pokemon.
Okay, I've gathered that.
Yes, so they know.
They know that you're not normal.
Ram tries to do air quotes with his little paws. Normal.
Okay, so what are you then?
I'm not a lowland Raichu. Normally. Originally.
You were a human.
Ram nods, but looks at Shaman like, are you believing this?
This is pretty crazy, but I have seen crazier.
Ram is curious. What? Crazier than this?
Don't let my diminutive stature and go get him attitude distract you from the fact that I'm a few thousand years old.
Okay, that's actually fair. I'm sorry, I forgot that, Lord Shaman. So what? Did you tell Valor what happened?
He was angry.
Oh.
Valor was very angry.
Mm-hmm.
He actually kind of demanded that he be here, but I told him that I would have the situation under control.
Yeah, a Mega Dragonite would not be good right now.
It was mostly a worried kind of angry.
Do you know what he told a Raichu named Thunder?
Oh. Yeah, I know Thunder.
Uh-huh.
We kind of keep tabs on each other's chosen.
Fair. That's my adoptive father?
Interesting choice.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so there's not gonna be like a giant thunderbolt striking the ground here, right?
Well, I only just kind of found you, and I've been looking for you in the datascape, and I'm pretty sure he can't go in there. So that's something you can do, he can't. So, I haven't really told anyone where you are yet.
Okay, don't.
Because I just found you.
Okay, not yet. I don't want danger. Everything's fine.
Everything's good.
I mean, do you want me to, like, get Titania over here or somebody? You can verify my story with them.
I don't really like showing up around humans because then it becomes a big deal.
Oh, but I need your help with one thing. There's a moody-looking human with black hair, and I need you to just go land on his head and then fly away, but make sure he gets a really good sight of you.
So you want me to fuck with one of these humans?
Yes, please. He knows I'm a human now, so I can't fuck with him anymore.
I'll consider it on my way out.
Please.
Actually, that sounds great.
Thank you, Lord Shapeman. I knew you'd understand.
But, you guys don't need rescuing?
Ram looks kind of hesitant. Like, Lord Shaman, I don't know how we're gonna get back.
Are you coming back? Was that part of the plan? You just haven't figured it out yet?
Ram is kind of like scratching his head. He's like,
because it's like, have you been caught? Like, good luck with your new life and all that. Should I just bring a memo back home? Hey, they got caught. So, and they're cool with it. So,
they got.
Ram's like,
they're currently on some human's hip.
We're planning on coming back.
Okay.
I think.
I don't know what kind of deal you've worked out with these humans, but it seems like you're bridging the gap a little bit.
You might want to tell Valor to expect guests.
You're bringing him back with you?
I think that's what Titania said.
Look, I'm a pretty progressive hedgehog. I literally founded that town, and I'm the one that even let that one human in to watch us.
Yeah, like, Wilson?
Yeah. But I've been taking it a little slow on purpose, and you're taking things a little fast.
I think our situation dictates that we need to.
I guess that's between you and Valor. I'll pass on the message.
I just don't want them to get blasted immediately if they do come.
That doesn't really seem like Valor's style.
He's not the only one I'm worried about.
Well, a few of your, village mates are freaking out a little bit, thinking you might be dead, so,
Can you please let them know that we're okay?
Yes, I will. You missed the festival. It was kind of a chaos when I got back. Apparently one of you bought a boiler?
Oh, did they?
They gave it to Valor?
Good.
Did he carry it home?
I don't know. I know he looked confused.
Aw. Is there still a Gumi in a jar in an apothecary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are mine.
That's your Gumi? You let him stay in a jar? That poor little guy.
I mean, he was in a jar again.
I think he did something bad. I think he messed something up. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what's going on between those guys.
Ram kind of shrugs and he's
I'm
like,
kind of a paws off kind of commander.
yeah, I've gotten that impression from you. So, you know, you got the whole hero thing down, coming here to rescue us.
Well,
Again,
I mean, I got everything down. The reason I'm paws off so everyone else can get with the program. Can't hold their hand the whole time, you know.
yeah. About holding hands, how did you find us again?
I might have used some aura shit.
Oh.
Like I said, you're kind of really, really weird, so you stand out.
That's a good sign, actually. I mean, anyway. Did you ever get a weird feeling from Hope? The Eevee?
Yeah?
Okay. Because he's also one of us, but he's mute. So, yeah.
Okay.
And other issues. Bram's stumbling over his words, like he doesn't even know what he's trying to say, and he's like,
He's kind of just deadpanning at you.
yeah, Bram's like, do you need Titania? I don't. I think we're okay. Are you gonna come back and check on us? How do we get a hold of you if we need you? I don't know. Can you read smoke signals? Like if the town blows up, will you see the smoke?
I think I'll notice that. Yes.
Okay. Fair.
I have an idea. I have to call in a favor. You remember that Dreamcatcher looking Pokemon?
Yes.
Well, turns out with Cresselia's Dreamscape a little.
Bet she loves that.
I haven't asked. All I'm saying is that I might be able to say, drop in and say hi in your dreams.
Ram is like not. I appreciate you watching out for us.
It's just that, you know, that one's one of the witches, so I'd have to make a deal or something. Lots of Pokemons are like, oh, shaman, of course I'll help. Those ones are a little more shrewd. Probably going to ask for, like...
Is your fur have magic in it? Can I have some?
I don't know. Look, those guys practice some of the really old ways that I didn't learn. Say hi to Titania too, just to check in with her.
Oh, wait. This is good. I'm learning something. Ram is going to try to psychically yell at Titania to come outside.
Roll Insight's channel.
Oh, that's an okay roll for me. It should be fine, right?
I mean, you should have channel.
I've got 7 dice. What could go wrong? I tell the entire place to come out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Shaman's
6.
here, guys!
Pretty much.
It's
4
fine.
successes.
Titania,
Mm-hmm.
you're going about the day as usual.
Yeah.
When you hear a familiar voice in your head. Well,
No, well, I teleport next to Ram. I ran.
you perk up, do a
like-
180. The others kind of look at you a little funny as you waltz out of the room at no warning.
Yep.
And you walk outside and look around, and you don't see Ram.
Ram's thinking, bush. And he sticks his tail outside of the bush.
Yep.
You see a Raichu tail poke out of a bush.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come over and poke your head in, you see Shaman sitting there.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi.
You... Hi.
See, we're alive. Everything's fine.
Uh-huh.
Oh. I mean, she's kind of like, oh, yeah, he's here. And she's kind of taken aback. And
Ram
so
looks
she
over
just
at
says, "Hi."
Titania, and Ram says to Titania, he came to rescue us. Forcefully if needed, I think. But we're fine, right?
Yeah. I mean, why do you need me to tell him that everything is fine?
I don't know. Did you need to tell him anything?
Yes.
I'm confused rat mouse flying here with a human brain and a Raichu body. I don't know what's going on with my life right now, okay? And my best friend is in a freaking tube.
I do have some questions for him, but I thought that we would go back to the village to ask his bells.
I think that should probably wait. I was just making sure, you weren't here against your will, or in a cage, or being dissected. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Not yet,
My
at least.
problem is more with a certain black Arceus plate that we have back at the village.
Excuse me?
Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Dash is gonna be so mad at us.
Is Dash a Raboot?
Why do you know Dash? That's alarming.
He was one of the ones that kind of showed up all of a sudden with Valor's group and started screaming.
Oh. So there's potentially a problem back at the village that needs to get handled.
Which one?
My village?
Okay.
So I may or may not be in possession of the Dread Plate.
He just deadpans at you. You're serious?
Ram,
Oh, yes.
Ram looks at Shaman like, I why would I bullshit with you about this?
You're sure it's the Dread Plate?
It's a Dread Plate. It exudes a feeling of despair and unhappiness, and this light type is the only cure to it.
There is only one Dread Plate.
So yeah, that might have occurred where I robbed God. It's fine. It was an accident. Magic dungeon?
You found it in a mystery dungeon?
I think I summoned it to a mystery dungeon.
Oh my god.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Where is it right now?
In an underground cave, but also I have this lantern.
You pull out the lantern.
Uh-huh.
He looks at it. You brought that out of a mystery dungeon.
Yes.
I'm guessing it's more than just a lantern.
I steal souls with it, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay.
It absorbed all of my life energy. It almost killed me.
Okay, I'm going to write a letter of introduction so you can go meet with the matriarch of the Night Witches.
Yeah, please and thank you.
Because, you might need to find out what the fuck that is. And they would know.
and about the Dread Plate?
I'm going to have to go I'm going to go have to send a memo to Darkrai. So that's going to get involved.
I'm taking
that plate, by the way.
Oh.
Okay.
But what do I get for it? That was a
Your
treasure. Hey now.
It's been sitting in the village. There's a chance that it's been doing some things.
Oh, yeah, go take that, please.
I mean, and if you really want to meet Darkrai, you'll probably meet Darkrai. At the rate you guys are going, you'll probably meet Darkrai.
I mean, I meant in a nice way. Like, meeting a legendary would be cool. Another one?
He looks a little offended. Oh. Well,
I mean, you're so cool, I want to show you off to some humans, but yeah.
yeah, they are very interested in me. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, Reeves said that he wanted to see you.
Ram looks at Titania and he's chuckling and not saying anything.
All I have to do to take advantage of some humans is he takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, and there's a flash of light, and now I get everything I want.
Oh, Ram is like, can I pet you?
Yes.
Ram is petting the shaman.
Oh,
What do you want?
Did he just revert back?
What do you want, and how can I give it to you? Do you want souls? I'll get you souls. Whatever you want, Lord Shaman.
I'll kill anyone you want.
Okay,
He turns back and deadpans at you.
let's go with Shaman. Like, okay, that's done now.
Okay, so this is kind of a secret, but you guys are like, at this point I'm pretty sure Arceus is fucking with you. So you can use gems. You're half human. You can enter the datascape through crystals, which only like a few dozen things can do that aren't legendaries. And you found the dread plate. I'm starting to pick up a pattern here.
Mm.
And that pattern tells me that apparently you guys might be important.
Mm.
In some way.
Hey, Hawthorne said the same. We apparently have some kind of doomsday cipher inside of us.
Oh, man. I did not wake up the day of the festival anticipating this.
In my defense, blame Mary.
I will need to think about this a little. When you guys come back, I'd like to talk more at more length. And by the way, as long as we're keeping secrets, the one you're sure that the soul thing is like an actual soul thing, right?
No idea.
Okay.
Okay,
so FYI, warning you, just giving you a heads up about this.
Yeah.
Because I think it might actually be important that you find out about it, and that you maybe ask them about it. The matriarch of the Night Witches is Spirit Delphox.
What?
You'll see, but the patron of the Night Witches and the one who's really behind all of their jazz is Lunala.
Ooh. Ooh.
She was considered a goddess of magic once upon a time.
Wow, that's cool.
Moon god. Anyway, she's kind of the patron of them, and she's kind of showed him a trick or two. I guess everyone needs their fanboys.
Yeah. So we are still stopping by your village on the way back, right?
I would appreciate a actual talk that is less this.
Understandable. Well, our humans are gonna be with us. Are you gonna be fine with it?
I will make an exemption until I figure out what's really going on.
Plus, I mean, you can ask them to keep the secret, or I can ask them to keep the secret. They really are not gonna tell anyone else.
I hope they can.
Well,
all right.
Yeah.
Look. I have a lot more to think about now, and I have an extremely serious situation to take care of that I just learned about. So,
yup.
I kind of have to go.
Yeah, please take care of that dread plate. I don't want to sleep with it another when I go back. I want to go back to my house.
As they ruffle around in their bag, here. As long as the village is home in your hearts, this should get you back if things get ugly. As they hand an orb to you, too.
Hallelujah.
I'll take it.
The one who thinks that their Pokeball is their home?
No. No, that's not the home. That's our home. I'm not escape orbing into a Pokeball.
The way these escape orbs work is that when you... It's really easy, really. When you think about... Try to think about your bed. Your bed.
Mm-hmm.
The bed in your home.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that is you picture in your head, that's where that orb will take you.
Okay.
Ram is gonna kind of jump in front of Titania and take it. After that's said,
Yoink.
Nope. I'm keeping it.
Ram is literally going to push Titania to take it at this point.
Contested dexterity athletic.
Why are you guys doing this?
Because Shaman just said all the right things for Ram.
4, 5, 6.
He steals it, uses it immediately, vanishes, appears in his bed at home. His human home.
I was thinking the same. 3 successes, average.
3 successes.
Average.
You both lance out immediately, and both of you grab onto 2 different sides of the orb, as Shaman just kind of holds it there with their paw in the air, and they kind of look unamused. So you're both there, like, there's 3 paws on this orb right now.
Hey, I'm the support and the healer. I am most likely gonna be the one left alive to teleport everyone outside.
Ram giggles and says, You died twice last battle. Twice.
Well,
She what?
She pulled a Marcus. It's fine. Everything's fine.
She puts her hands to her side and says, "Everyone."
What do you mean
down.
pulled a Marcus?
Primal?
Yeah, we can go primal. I guess.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, Arceus's joke. Yeah, I can see it now.
What the hell are you? I'm leaving. Fight over the orb. I don't care.
I am gonna use the power of the power band to snatch it.
She wins. Shaman explodes out of that bush, which makes a lot of noise, which makes everyone kind of turn around towards the sound. And they fly over and do like a deer hop off the top of Reeves' head as his jaw disconnects from his face.
Ram is giggling.
As Shaman flies off into the distance. Everyone watching, kind of stunned.
Dr. Pep just flows out of my nose as I see this.
I chuckle at that.
What the fuck?
What was that, Shaman?
Rim takes out one of his 87 notebooks and writes down, interesting things will happen to you if you're around us, it seems.
You'll notice that Aya had like completely straight, stoic face and pulled out her phone at the speed of light and took a picture.
Yes! Like, yeah, I would have took a picture of that and then sees Aya with the... And I give a thumbs up to Aya.
It's her face lost all expression as 100% of her brain power was dedicated to that picture.
Ram writes secret in his notebook and shows it to her.
I open my Pokegear and text Druid and say, "Did you see that shit?"
There's a delay, and he's like, and you hear, then you get up, what?
Nothing.
I go look at the picture that Aya took.
Italicized squint. You look at the picture, and it's a good phone, and it's a picture, and it's a perfect picture of a flummoxed-looking Reeve with a shaman hopping off his head.
Yes.
That's amazing.
God.
I laugh again.
It is proper. It is frame-worthy.
I laugh again. I give her another thumbs up, and then I text her. Keep it just for yourself, though, right? Okay.
I gotta get up for just a sec, doggo.
All right. I run to you and it's like, what the? Was that really shaman?
Yep.
Oh my fucking god! Why? What was he doing?
Making sure we were fine.
Fair enough. Just.
He also gave us this, and I show everyone the escape orb, and while keeping an eye on Ram.
Ram is whistling, looking off to the side. Nothing is happening.
Before putting it back in the box.
I don't say no to a member of the Vine looking after my back, so I'm
Yeah,
Did
apparently he's gonna visit me in my dreams. It seemed like a weird thing to do, but he's gonna do that and check on us occasionally.
Oh, that's cool.
Did you ask about the point of that festival?
No, we asked about the dread plate and the death lantern.
Well, that's a bit more important. Just
he did tell you that the festival was chaos when he came back.
as far as you know, there is no like bad shit happening down back where he puts in air quotes home is at. Is there?
Everything's fine at home besides Valor's pissed.
Eh?
Oh, damn! I forgot to ask about Mims. God damn it.
Marcus kind of just goes waving his fist of hand. What doesn't piss Valor off?
Ram's like, well, he's probably gonna be a little mad about the dread plate in his territory. Yeah, that was an oversight. Didn't think this was gonna happen. I'm not gonna get to meet Dark right now.
We did our best to keep it away from people, anyways.
And to think I could get used to living back in civilization again.
So Ram's gonna raise his paw and just be like, so, legitimate question, are we stealing these humans? Are we taking them with us? Like, all of them?
I mean, that's the best way of keeping them safe. I mean, and by all of them, I mean the ones that captured us, except Hawthorne.
I raise a finger and say, I'm pretty sure I heard my brother say he's not gonna let me out of his sight, so I bet he's gonna come. Though I did give what's her face wait a minute, empathy. Marcus didn't forget. I forgot, by the way. I told it to be about Ruin, so hopefully that Valor won't instantly donut Ruin.
Ram raised his paw and he said, "Oh, I definitely told Shaman to tell Valor to expect guests." Air quotes.
Yeah, let him be angry.
I think he's more worried than angry, but yeah, he's not going to be super happy.
I mean, we just up and disappeared on him. I wouldn't be happy either.
In my defense, I thought I could get her and fly back out. I didn't realize flying was such an issue.
I'm not accusing anyone. If you want me done, it's done.
Yeah, if you want me to be frank, it gave me some... I was going to roast this anyway, so I kind of needed a bit of action. Just not the Kai, albeit... I'm gonna be careful what I wish for later on.
Well, we still need to stop by Shaming's village on the way back. He still wants to talk with us at length.
That's fine, just... Not a party person. Not a big religion guy, so...
And the thing is like, well, you should have checked the forge that they had underground.
They had a forge.
Yup.
And you didn't tell me.
We kind of had to run away, run after
Oh yeah,
Ram
that's
and Ari.
Just... Maybe I should stop by.
Ram
what-
suddenly looks around like, and who bought a boiler?
Me,
What do you need a boiler for?
the hot springs. Are you guys forgetting?
Well,
Ram's-
to be fair, it's been a while, okay?
Ram starts chuckling like, I guess Valor, they gave it to Valor? I don't know what happened to it, though.
Yeah,
Huh?
I just see a Valor destroying that shit like a javelin. Just...
I mean, if he knows that some of us bought it, I'm sure he's not gonna break it. Or
Ram
scourge it.
nods. It's probably fine.
I notice Hestus is listening in as I do nothing but look at her.
Yeah.
We
Ram
turn around to
definitely
Estes.
looked at her already. Like,
I'm not-
point blank looked at her and then just kept talking.
You see her take a slow bite of a cookie.
Ram looks expectantly at her and puts his paw out.
Anything you want to add?
She reaches out and shakes your hand and resumes eating her cookie.
Ram frowns deeply.
What did Marcus ask?
Do you think if she wanted to add anything to our conversation?
Oh, I just saw a legendary Pokemon. Just processing.
True.
That's fair. We kind of know him.
Yeah, I gathered that. I'm also processing that.
Ram goes over to her and whispers, I got to pet him in his other form.
Now I'm processing my jealousy.
I'm going to open my Pokegear and check the time.
It is the 13th day since you started to chill here, and it's a little past noon.
So tomorrow is the day that Hope should be fine.
I close it and say, well, I'm going to talk to Professor for a moment. See if he's got something. And I'm going to go.
Ram looks at Titania and says, have you gotten any text messages?
From who?
A stranger. I sent that mail with your phone number on it.
I double check it, making sure that I didn't get any message from unknown numbers.
You scroll through, and you don't see any, and there were no alerts. But then you notice a tab that says blocked messages. That has 3.
No, he checks it. Oh dang!
There are 3 messages from an unknown number that at least the phone doesn't recognize. It tells you the number.
I mean, what?
It says, "Hello, who is this?"
You found
This-
Woody.
The second says, "I think I got something of yours," and the third says, "Hello?" Question mark.
I mean, I asked, who did you give the number to?
Did they respond?
Well, what's the name?
It's just a phone number.
No, what's the name? I say to Ram.
We sent it to Roland, but he's supposed to give it to Rocket.
Okay. She says, okay. Then she is like, she records the unknown number as. I instantly forgot the name. But
Roland.
Roland. With parentheses Ram. And then, like, I unblock the number and pass him the phone. And says, there you go.
Ram's gonna send a text and say, is this Roland? Send. And give it to Titania.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So, when you get a message from him, I know to give the phone to you and not Snoop.
Thank you. Oh, you can Snoop. I just need him to give that bag to, that parcel to Rocket.
Okay. So
and read the message to him.
I'll tell him that if...
You look at your government-issued untraceable phone again, and notice that basically it blocks any number that isn't an added contact.
Understandable. Good. Hey, as long as they don't send me a spyware, I'm fine.
No telemarketers for us.
Government spyware, it already has that.
No, some fucking Atlas issued malware.
There's a mini Aegis on the phone. It's fine.
Porygon appears on the screen and winks at you and disappears.
Disappears, nice. Yep. Well, I'll keep an eye on it now.
Ram, like, nods and thank you. I appreciate it. Just want to make sure that they get that. Well, I'm gonna go see how shocked Reeve is still.
Yep.
You see him sitting down on a chair with a pale, blank expression, and Aya sitting next to him.
Ram's gonna go float over and cozy right in between them and like wiggle his way so they have to scoot over. And he looks at both of them and just writes down, cool, right?
Yeah, cool.
He's gonna write, it touched you.
It touched you?
And if I had pulled a Pokeball out, it would have blown my head off with it.
Ram nods.
He narrows his eyes and thinks, and
like it give a fuck about the Pokeball.
So you were telling the truth.
Ram nods and writes down, he came to rescue us.
He blinks. Good?
Ram chuckles and writes down, don't worry, you have approval, I think, to see him again later, maybe.
Maybe less approval, more, oh shit, I need to go deal with something.
Details. Ram's gonna write down, I got to pet him when he was a little hedgehog, and shows it to Aya.
The jealousy on her face is self-evident.
Ram nods and writes, I got you.
Titania would walk over to Estes and ask her, do you need a massage to calm down after that fight?
I think I'm just going to go get in my Pokeball.
Everyone's just traumatized.
Yeah.
She literally walks up over to Aya, who looks at her curiously, and boops her own Pokeball and disappears, and Aya just blinks. Looks down at it. I guess she's done for the day.
I mean, to be fair, I'd be the same if I just saw a lesser god fly overhead. Good. Then I go back to what I was doing.
As does Ram, I presume. +1 is skateboard.
Yup. Hey, everyone got something nice from the downtime. I get the fucking skateboard.
Everyone gets things. Look, I'm making it hard to get your stick because when you get your stick,
No, I'm not complaining. I'm getting that skateboard. That's it.
you use it and end up in your Pokeball.
Yeah, good. Even more. What do you want mine then? You have one at home. I want to accidentally teleport to my old.
The next day comes and
Apartment.
goes with Hawthorne saying that he's not quite done yet, and that will. And Marcus has a question for Hawthorne. Marcus? I may need to be right back again. Okay, so you have to get up for a second. Okay. So,
Bram would probably go talk to Hawthorne to see how Hope's doing and to see if he's still expected to come out tomorrow.
Hawthorne is sitting there, kind of grimacing at the screen as he sees you approach. Ram?
Ram nods and then writes, Hawthorne? How is Hope?
I might need a few more days.
Ram frowns. What happened?
Nothing happened, I'm just taking things slow. This is not something you rush.
Ram looks at the machine and screen and acts like he knows what he's looking at.
The thing is, I'm trying to put Hope together back like Hope, and not necessarily an Eevee. You know what I mean?
Realization dawns on Ram, and he's like, oh. And he nods.
Like, if I could speed things up by just putting him together like an Eevee is supposed to be put together, because we have that kind of information in the system. But because his DNA is damaged, and I'm not entirely sure it's completely Eevee DNA, or at least I can't be certain about it, I'm having to do this one step at a time. Manually, basically.
Ram nods and writes, I totally understand. I prefer we be as careful as possible.
There's definitely some quirks about your DNA, like I said. There's a lot of junk data in there that I'm not entirely sure is junk data. I'm pretty good, but I'm no Balin. So I'm a little concerned that if I just put them back together like a normal Eevee and kind of disregard all that, quote, junk data, something bad might happen. Or I might change him somehow.
Ram just writes down, just do what you think is best. Slow and steady is probably the best route.
It's only a few more days now. I'm basically just crossing my T's and dotting my I's.
Ram writes good and writes thank you for your work, and then he kind of just like slowly floats out of the room.
Hold on.
He stops.
He turns his chair to you after making one last look at the screen. There's something that I need to talk about.
Ram tilts his head.
Your friend is the main reason you're all sticking around. And your friend is about done. So I need to know what exactly you're planning to do when I pull him out.
Well, that's an interesting question. Ram scratches the back of his head and writes down, we're not going to just immediately leave as soon as he's ready. We all have to figure out what we're going to do and talk about it still.
Is there a possibility that you intend to leave?
Ram writes down, most likely. He also writes down, we have a government-issued phone with a tracker in it.
Yeah. And are you planning to take your... I know you all got caught at some points, made an agreement, but who's really the one on the steering wheel?
Us.
Are you the ones going to be dragging them around, or the other way around? What did you work out with them? Are you going to be going on them on an adventure, or are you going to drag them along with you?
What?
Have you even talked about it? Are you taking them back with you wherever?
Ram looks a little guilty, and he just writes down, we all have to talk still. I'm trying to be more psychic to make that easier, but it's not. It's slow going.
Word was that I could take a few months off to learn how to talk to people's heads. I'd probably do it.
Yeah, I probably should have done that a long time ago.
But I think that's something you need to figure out, and you need to let me know, because there are some people that might not be happy about what you decide to do, and I need to iron it out. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not entirely sure if I'm comfortable with it either.
Do we have to call back shaming?
Actually, Ram's just gonna write down, did you hear that loud noise earlier?
Yes.
I
figured it was probably Marcus blowing something up again.
Ram shook his head and writes down, someone came to rescue us, so I told them we're fine.
Well, it's a fine thing that they realized you were not in need of rescuing. But who exactly?
Ram is gonna tap his chin and say, maybe it's better you don't know?
That just encourages my scientific curiosity. You know I have security cameras all over this place, right?
Ram's gonna kind of sigh and then write, shaman.
His eyebrows shoot up, then his mustache twitches. Shaman. Shaman.
Ram's gonna write down, we're tight.
Are you now? Interesting. You have some interesting friends.
We shut up at this place and use this PC, okay?
I've never gotten my hands on a close look at Shaman before.
Ram writes down, you probably don't want to with Seed Flare in play.
I would probably not survive. But is it worth the risk?
Ram literally face palms. I forgot who I was talking to.
See?
And they're not here anymore, right?
Ram nods.
Shoot. Oh well, I will get my chance someday. Maybe. Maybe if I continue to hang around you four. Starting to look that way.
Ram says, I mean, there might be a way I could assist you with that, but we'd have to see how it goes. I did get to pet him in his land form.
How opportunistic.
True.
I think
Ram looks
so many-
super smug.
So many samples I could have gotten by just petting him.
Pet the shit.
How much serotonin I could have gotten just by petting.
Look. Can you bring the others in here for a moment? Minus Eri, which is kind of unfair because I feel like this is something that she should have been a part of the discussion of, but circumstances. Regardless.
Didn't I literally tell Hawthorne about the idea where Fiona could be a telecommunicator?
Also, can't he just call
saying.
you?
I mean, she's
It's
supposed to
midday.
be.
No,
It's midday. Pokemon don't usually answer phone calls.
that's fair.
Understandable.
Gotta maintain that
Given he
cover.
just has to listen.
I probably am in universe. Probably am in the middle of training with Morna.
Hey,
It'd be a little awkward.
you can dual task. You can listen to a lore dump and train at the same time.
This is not exactly a lore dump.
No, I'm joking.
There's something that I wish to discuss for the future of how I approach some things.
Ram is gonna. I think he pushed it last time using psychic, so he's gonna go get Titania and Marcus.
Mm-hmm. Probably chilling on a couch, eating something sweet too.
The oven has made more cookies in the past few days than it has in the past few months.
Yep.
And Ram loves it.
Mm-hmm.
Auto shift. You guys come in and Hawthorne looks kind of serious. Close the door behind you.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
What I miss?
A few things. Mostly just talking. Ram and Hawthorne had a bit of a talk about what Ram intends to do next, because Hope is getting close to being good to go. They came on day 14, which is the end of the 2 months, and Hawthorne said that he wanted a few more days. Because he wanted to be absolutely sure he didn't mess something up. But now he's asked the three of you in about something serious.
What is it?
And you're alone, and he's asked you to close the door behind you, which you have done.
Mm-hmm.
As he looks at the three of you. I was just discussing with Ram what it is you plan to do after Hope is out of the machine. I want to be your ally and your friend, and to do that, I need to know what you're thinking. Because I need to do some logistical and political gymnastics, depending on your answer. Now, I reviewed some of the things that you brought up on my computer that you shouldn't have been able to. And I'm going to be completely transparent with you about some of these things, because that was the deal. So you're aware you're not the only ex-humans,
I nod.
and that the other ones are being voluntarily held in a facility elsewhere.
Ram attempts to do air quotes, but nods.
So you basically keep them in prison.
I am not entirely sure. If it says they're in there voluntarily, I am obligated to believe it. And honestly, I think Marcus is trying to say something again.
Nope.
All right. Sometimes hard to tell. I can only assume that it's a possibility. Well, never mind. Let me restart. I got thrown off the groove. I do not think they're being held there against their will. Well, I can't be certain of that, really. Some of them, I know that they are being treated with care and with dignity, but it may in fact be the case that some of them are not so keen on being where they are right now.
I look to Ram and ask, so what did you say to Hawthorne?
I left everything very ambiguous. He asked questions. I said, we haven't talked about it yet. He asked some more questions. I said, I don't know. Then I told him about Shaman coming here to rescue us and him knowing Seed Flare.
Mm-hmm.
I nod and say, apparently Shaman wants to talk to us, and we might be just going back home. Is that all right?
We'll get to that. Where I'm going with this is that they were, like you, being hunted, were likely very confused, like you, and in general assumed all the same issues that you all have been experiencing, except they probably didn't have an adoptive parents to give them the rundown, and they probably didn't hatch or be around the others. The fact that you four all woke up together and had some level of guidance in isolation without interference, seeing as none of us knew where you were until you blew up the city, means that you had a bit of a grander chance than others in your situation. Would you agree with that?
I nod.
I nod.
Then you should understand that with the other subjects, finding them and capturing them and bringing them back to the facility for their own safety and to study them was concluded to be the safest option for all parties involved, including the former humans. And it is what was supposed to happen to all of you.
Well, fuck that. I'm not doing that.
I shake my head.
Supposed being the key word, because for some reason, Aegis overrode that order, even though they made the order in the first place, and decided to leave the four of you to your own devices in a somewhat controlled situation that has started to become much less controlled. Point being, they were in that facility for their own safety, along with our ignorance. We didn't know exactly what was going on. That's why they were brought there. To contain them. Make sure they were safe, try to figure out what was going on. I'm sure if you weren't in the exact same situation yourselves, you would probably see the reasoning behind this decision. It's perhaps not the most kind, but it is the safest.
I mean, if the alternative is ending up like Hope, a bit of captivity is acceptable.
Ram writes down, all of us should not ever be together in the same place. Too big of a target.
He nods. Well, you showing up in my house and staying with me these past few days with trainers as covers and friends has started a bit of a buzz. And I think some of my peers that are now assisting me on this project are starting to make the assumption that you will be staying with me. And that my home shall become more or less, a second facility where you will be expected to stay, whether you like it or not. They've already started talking and assuming this, so I thought to inform you on the matter and ask what you kind of felt about that idea.
I'm not staying here. I got obligations elsewhere.
I'll be honest. You got a real nice place, but a cage is still a cage, so...
And you, Ram?
Ram writes down, I'm only... I appreciate your kindness and your generosity, however, I have other matters to attend to.
So you most definitely do not want to voluntarily stay here under my care?
No, if Ram's going to write no, and I don't think you could necessarily keep us here with a shaman and our other friends attempting to rescue us.
He grimaces a little. You see, I needed to know that for sure so I can cut off that line of thinking and nip it in the bud.
I write down...
Because there are those that very much think you should be in a box. A comfortable box, but a box.
I write down, frankly, their opinions are irrelevant to me.
That's fair enough.
I nod to Marcus.
Ram
to
nods
what
too.
Marcus is.
I write down... Besides, thinking about it, I kind of want to strike back at these people who are hunting us down, and so that the hunter becomes the hunted. And I underline ED at the end of hunted.
That seems exceedingly risky.
Ram frowns.
Titania is gonna write, well, they are gonna attack us again anyways at some point.
And I write down, to me it just seems the right thing to do.
But risky is exactly what I would describe Aegis's decision. So, you won't be staying here, and I need to justify that to everyone else and convince them it's a good idea to let you leave. Yeah. So, that's also kind of why I need to know what you're doing when you leave.
Well, we are going back south.
Okay.
To our village.
Ram looks at Titania and then kind of writes down, that's the plan. We didn't even mean to be up here, so you can see how our plans change drastically at times.
And are you planning to... So there are 3 ways this goes, as far as I can tell. Way 1 is you leave without your new trainers, and use them mainly for cover while keeping in contact with occasional visitation. Make that 4 possibilities. The second possibility is that you bring your former trainers with you by convincing them to basically put everything on hold for you and your sake, regardless of what they wanted to do. As much as an adventure as it might be. Another option is that you split up and each stay with your respective trainers as cover of ordinary Pokemon, and each one shall be your guardian, more or less.
I frown and write, in my case, the third option might not be a good idea.
Ram X's out 3 and then shows him, not option 3.
No, Titania sent the message. If we stand together, we are stronger.
I write down. Are you aware of the military strategy of defeat by detail? We would be weaker if we were. If the four of us weren't, together, unless you had some magic way of getting us in a way that, lets us be together.
Okay. I just had an idea.
And I write, because thing is...
I wrote the north. Uh-huh. I just thought of something.
I nod.
So, you all say you hatched together
Nod.
less than a year ago.
Nods.
Do you have any leads on where you may have come from?
Ram looks at both of them kind of critically and then writes down, do you happen to know a psychic type gym leader?
If you're referring to the psychic type gym leader, I have met in passing. Gym leaders and professors tend to sometimes correlate.
I write down, who is he?
Ram is also going to write down, that person is our thread to lead and find out what happened.
What? One of these Pokemons is our lead. Not necessarily him, but yeah.
I see. Well, the situation is... How do I put this?
Interesting.
You've kind of fucked yourself.
Ram frowns.
I can...
I text, tell me about it.
When Aegis did what they did, and they kept it as low profile as they did, I suspect it was to protect some level of autonomy and freedom for you. However, recent events have made that significantly more difficult. Sure, you're getting more contacts and more aid and more help, but you're also getting more interference and more obligations. You're kind of building a cage around yourselves. With trainers now, and your increased profile in general, it would be kind of hard to let you really do anything on your own, if you follow me. They'll be wanting to know what you're doing, you'll have to involve them.
The trainer.
You'll have people telling you you're not allowed to do that.
I hope he's talking about the trainers.
I narrow my eyes and write down, let me guess, you want us to join GDI or something?
They want you to.
The answer is no.
No, yeah. Thanks.
So, you see my issue here. I need to convince them that it's not only okay that you are allowed to roam on your own.
I need to be right back real quick.
Take it. But also that you need to remain autonomous. You should be allowed to keep your wiggle room, if you get what I mean. You shouldn't have teams of GDI stalking you in the bushes. Making sure you're where you're supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Ram points to the direction where Hope is and says, "We're bringing results, aren't we? We found another one of us without your guys' help."
Yes.
Not to mention, on our own, we managed to actually dispatch an entire enemy force. Granted, we were worse for wear, but we managed it.
So, here is my suggestion. And it only works if I'm not lying. You follow?
Nod.
Maybe Titania should be back for this.
Good point.
Okay, there she is.
I'm back, sorry.
So, I think I have an idea, but it's only going to work if I'm not lying. Ultimately, what the real mystery is, and what people really want to know, is how and why were you turned into Pokemon, and where is Balin and Dr. Strangelove?
I write down, you want us to find them.
I could pose the argument that you four, having been directly involved with the events that took place all those years ago, have a lead, and that you were not willing to follow that lead with us breathing down your back. And therefore, the argument is that by allowing you to maintain your autonomy, you might be able to do what everyone else has been struggling to do. That is to say, my bargaining chip will be that if we leave you alone, you will find out more information about where Balin is, or what happened all that time ago. Essentially, you find answers, they let you be hands off. It's not exactly going to be an easy sell, but I have some favors I can call in.
I like it, but I have one big question, and that concerns how will Eri get back to us?
Eri will... Well, first of all, she's training and ironing out some things, primarily to evolve. So when she manages to do that, she'll be returning to you full-time, and will probably have made some friends across the ocean. Nora is fairly likable, if a bit enthusiastic about fossils. But, in the meantime, I believe the one who should have been watching over you, Clint, can have a kiosk installed in his cabin that shall act as a contact point to bring Eri back and forth from your village. I believe it's rather close by.
I know.
But I have a feeling you meant more along the lines of agreeing to this plan without her.
I nod. That is my issue, yes.
I don't need your answer right away. I still need a few days with Hope, and I expect you to discuss it both amongst yourselves and with Eri when she comes back, and with the humans that are now so closely tethered to your fate, for better and worse. What exactly you plan to do next? If I can convince them that by letting you go, you will be following a lead that will make progress to finding Balin and finding out how and why he did what he did, I might be able to convince them. Because that's what everyone really wants to know.
I nod and say, personally, I'm on board with that, but I'm going to have to ask my... But of course, I want to know what the other two think.
Isn't what we were set off to do, anyways?
As long as you can do that, I can keep them off your back.
Ram writes down, I've been making a plan to start following the thread that we have connected to the gym leader, but it's not ready yet. But we have other leads we can attempt to follow.
Follow those leads. Find out what's happened. The hardest part will be convincing people as to why we didn't just get the information out of you and pursue it ourselves. I will have to bullshit them. Partly. And there's the whole, we would very much like you to willingly cooperate with us, and if you refuse to part with the information, then we're kind of stuck between being the bad guys and not the bad guys.
Yeah.
Ram
Because option B would be to force you to tell us, and that's when the line is crossed, and that's when the Pokemon League steps in with their maul and says, I don't care if they used to be human, they're a Pokemon now, and that makes them my jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. No abusing. Is it fine to torture humans for information? What?
If I'm going to find out, you want to know the honest answer?
Yes.
It's probably easier to get away with it on a human than a Pokemon nowadays.
Nice.
There may in fact be more laws protecting a Pokemon in such regards than a human being.
Good. we are the right form then.
So, what I'm saying here is, you came very, very close to losing your freedom. But, so long as you basically follow the trail back, you can have your freedom so long as you actually get results on finding out where you came from.
Ram frowns very deeply and writes down, I knew it was bad coming here. We should have left immediately.
He shrugs. It's not me, it's concerned individuals.
I'm gonna ask, are we gonna be time pressed? Or can we wait until the end of winter?
I can buy you time, but I'm not going to say you have an unlimited amount.
Oh, it's until the end of winter. It's kind of not nice to go around in winter.
Ram's gonna raise his hand and then write, it's hard to travel, possibly to the places we need. Would you be able to assist us with travel arrangements?
I could,
needed.
but I think you have a convenient avenue for that already.
I also whisper to Ren, it's not about moving around, it's about having time to work on our skills and teamwork.
And build our empire.
That's why going very quickly to places via jet would be helpful.
Or, teleportation.
We don't tell him we have that. We just need to kidnap a Smeargle, it's fine.
Okay, you know what? I'll let Silas explain it.
I know, it's the PC box, I understand. However...
No, I was actually going to say that you have a couple of trainers with you.
Mm-hmm. Then we're making them spend their money. You've got unlimited big bucks there, Hawthorne. Ram did not say that.
Nice, I was about to be like... I mean...
Do not underestimate a trainer's willpower and determination.
Ram frowns and literally whispers, cheapskate.
Plus we can make them so much money by running dungeons.
There's no real need for me to get involved if they do it before me. Because they were already going to.
Ram is going to write down So the more people who are involved, the worse it is, right?
Largely, yes.
Ram just nods.
I say, the peers that are pressuring me right now are not my entire peer group. That would be an entirely different monster. But you do realize what I'm asking, right? You are already being hunted and pursuing leads on Balin and everything that happened all that time ago. It's going to put you in danger. And, effectively, I'm making a deal where you're putting yourselves in harm's ways to find answers in exchange for your freedom.
We would have done it anyways. I still need to find my Pokemon parents. And then, plus, they are gonna keep on killing people and hurting Pokemon if we don't. Oh, no, it's just the time.
Yeah, server's dead.
Okay. Yeah, if we don't stop them, they are gonna keep on killing humans and hurting Pokemons. That cannot be allowed.
That's very noble of you to be concerned about that, but it still puts you at great risk. Is that acceptable?
Being at risk is fine. Being at risk means we can stop the risk. If we were in a cage somewhere, we wouldn't have any saying on what we do.
The server's back up again.
Mm-hmm. And I would write it to him and say that in voice, so that my teammates can also hear it.
Surely being in a box would be safer. It wouldn't involve any personal risk. I'm sure this is all a lot more exciting things than you were planning to do with your lives.
I am perfectly fine with this, as long as it ends at some point.
He looks at Marcus. And you?
Is he be begging? Marcus, we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
He looks at Ram.
Our old lives are over already. This is.
Is it already over?
Oh yeah, I got that back up real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Well, let it not be said that you aren't adventurous sorts. Very well. You are effectively going to become... Well, I'm sure you've already heard mention of the agents. Operatives that work directly under Aegis. You would effectively be granted your freedom to act as you would and continue as you were doing in exchange for effectively becoming a agent shadow operation. Whose job it is to investigate Atlas and the Balin case by following your tracks back along any leads, find out where you came from.
Mm-hmm. That was the idea from the start.
Ram starts to write, what's the benefits package? But then just stops writing in the middle and just nods.
Not being put in a cage, Ram. Not being put in a cage.
Yep.
So it's blackmail.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't think you would want the whole box is safe, box is friendly thing. I didn't think that'd fly. So I had to make sure so I could get started immediately laying the groundwork of convincing them that this is a great idea. That there's no way that it won't horrifically backfire.
How long is it gonna take for you guys to give us the okay to leave?
Once Hope is recovered enough and has their senses about you, you can go. Because I'll just say you're still here. Wink.
I give him a thumbs up and a smile.
Besides, if worse comes to worst and they totally shoot down my idea and storm my house to capture you, you won't be here.
Brighter smile and nodding.
Ram just asks, so when you're in jail, do you want us to rescue you? ? And then scribbles it out and says, if.
I think I'll be all right.
Yeah, he's like one of few professors around.
Yeah, Ram tries to smile and just like stops.
Well, I mean, Titania says to the others, well, we gotta speak with our trainers now.
Come up with a plan and I'll do my part.
They gotta get ready to disappear into the forest.
Arthur will turn back to his monitor and look over any changes that might have happened with Hope.
I go over to Aya.
Ram looks over at the two before Titania walks away and says, so I guess seeing my mom's out of the picture, if it's going to make everything worse.
Reuniting with her might be out of the question. Seeing her? Especially when we get close? She's like, wait, no, she's on an island, right?
Ram's going to nod.
I mean... That's
no jet planes
safe
for us.
I mean, once we are safe, you're gonna be able to go to her.
Ram tries to smile and just nods and says, "Okay, yeah, let's just go talk to them."
Yeah, we're just gonna need to pursue the enemy, as we were told. And once Atlas and whatever the villains are call themselves are gone, you can go back to your mother.
Ram kind of chuckles. Yeah, okay, just, stop an evil superpower. Okay, yeah, let's get on it. Kind of chuckles and floats away.
You are shaming. We aren't normal Pokemon. And then I go over to Aya.
Yeah, Ram's floating over that direction too.
They have a huddle group.
You find them all sitting at the same table.
Nice.
And Rowan's just looking at Reeve like completely straight-faced. Shaman. They both nod. Picks her, it didn't happen. She shows him a pic. Well, fuck.
So, what did I miss? Real quick.
Basically, Hawthorne summarized by saying that if you guys follow the trail left behind and try to figure out more about what actually is going on, he might be able to convince people to let you remain autonomous.
I got that much, so I'm going to essentially run up to Ruin, take down my notebook, and smile and say, "How do you feel about going on an adventure?"
Yeah, it's time for an all-out attack.
Ram's gonna write down on his
three
book.
people.
Mm-hmm.
Ram's gonna write down in his book. So what does your and Aya's schedule look like? Question mark.
Yep.
Ro looks down at yours, Marcus. Reeve looks down at yours, Ram.
And I basically write the same thing to Aya.
Aya looks down at yours, Titania.
Mm-hmm.
And then their eyes turn and look at each other's. And their eyes turn up and look at between themselves as they look down at three of you. Adventure. Well, I didn't exactly have anything lined up the moment I found out you were alive. You see him pull out a letter and wave it around kind of half-heartedly before putting it on the table. I've been fired.
Mm. I mean, it kind of left.
I pick up the letter and wince.
It is a note of resignation under grounds of abandonment of duties.
Yes, exactly.
I wince and say, write down, sorry.
Whoopsie. I'm still a trainer. And I have a lot of money and no mortgage.
I mean, with our skills, we could probably make a good deal of money, right?
He chuckles. Meanwhile, Reeve and Aya seem to look at you guys and look back at each other, and they kind of focus on each other for a minute. So, and Aya is the first to speak up. So, what was the long-term plan? He kind of shrugs. I train, I get more gym badges, I travel around, see different places, catch another Pokemon or two maybe. Eventually challenge the Elite Four, become a Pokemon Master. What were you planning long term? I didn't. Well, more contests, I guess. I didn't really think that far ahead. Just, maybe get married at some point. Maybe. Right.
Ram is looking at Reeve with just staring at him.
He seems to be taking this situation seriously. This conversation about futures together.
Ram writes down, should we go? Question mark.
They seem to be talking to each other more so. So go with the flow, right?
Yeah. So what about this? Well, it would certainly be different and exciting. Not at all what I had imagined we'd be doing. You'd probably get a lot stronger to see things. I mean, we saw a legendary less than an hour ago. Yeah. She kind of smiles at him after a moment, both of them looking a little uncertain. It would probably be pretty fun. It would probably be pretty dangerous. Who said that dangerous couldn't be a little fun? He frowns.
Ram frowns.
I nod.
Rowan is kind of sitting back. It took him all of like 30 seconds to decide.
I mean, I would also... Oh, sorry, go on.
I mean, adventures, mystery dungeons, taking down a dastardly organization, meeting legendaries, traveling the world. It sounds exciting, doesn't it? It's like a dream come true.
Is that a yes? I write down.
Yeah.
They're both quiet. Look at your note. Look at each other, and it's clear to both of them that they've kind of realized that this is kind of a life decision.
Yep.
Not just a little side thing.
No, they're signing up for
Like-
this for a few years.
Like altered course kind of stuff.
And I write down, from this point forward, you are now officially with us, regardless if you come with us or not.
For now, you are officially ours. Scratches off with us.
Just tell them you give good health insurance.
We don't.
We don't.
We
We
do
have
the
no benefits
opposite.
whatsoever.
Yeah, I know, but tell them that anyways.
Ram's gonna.
Unless a Mega Odino is considered better health insurance.
It's actually pretty good health insurance.
Rowan grins at the two. Who knows? Maybe the two of you might get turned into Pokemon. They turned him.
I steal Ram's note thingy. Like, I mean, I ask him for it. Let's be nice. And then I write, hopefully not. There's already enough of us.
Would not recommend. Ram's gonna write down in the notebook. You can say no. I won't blame you.
Reeve kind of looks at her and she kind of looks at him and she kind of looks over at you, Ram. You ever get a once in a lifetime opportunity that would require you to derail your entire life?
Ram's gonna nod and then write, yeah, I died.
I died.
She winces.
And then Ram writes, I just want you to be sure. You can take time before you decide.
Yeah, we have like 2 days.
Reeve kind of speaks up, clearing the air a little bit, as Aya seems to, despite Reeve being the one with all the plans, and Aya being the one just going with the flow, Aya is the one that seems conflicted more so than Reeve. As Reeve seems to be the kind of person that can actually just take his calendar and set it on fire. Be like, all right, doing this now.
Then Titania would write, you would get to teach a whole tribe of Pokemon how to do contests. And then I show it to her. And then I send the message to her.
You can see the gears turning at that app. But Reeve kind of looks over at Ram. Say we do. What next then? You're going to be the ones dragging us around. At least most of the time. So what next? Where do we go from right here?
Ram's gonna write our home. Or then scratch that out and write Shaman's home. Then our home.
Your home is in the forest to the south.
Ram nods.
In a Pokemon village.
Ram nods. Kind of grinning.
Rowan speaks up. You know, it's kind of illegal to go interfere with those unless you're us. They both kind of consider that as a bonus, definitely. And I guess we live near you for like the immediate future? Or maybe just with you, period? Like, how does that work?
I write at least until the end of winter.
Ram writes down, bring a camper, hang out with us for a while. We'll wing it from there.
I always liked the woods more than the city.
Ram looks at Aya, like, how much upkeep is her?
No, Titania will send a message to Aya and said, make sure you get a place where to put food that doesn't let the smell outside.
I give Bruin a look. I don't say anything, but I don't write anything, but I give him a look of, well.
Rowan seems to be a lot less conflicted. I am a man with no ties, except one. And I just got it back.
My bro.
Yeah, I'm tagging along. Couldn't tell me no. The government couldn't tell me no. They already fired me.
And I write down, that's what I want to hear.
Aya and Reeve look at each other and like hold each other's hand on the table. And eventually, Aya nods. Let's go on an adventure. Reeve laughs. Yeah, that sounds nice. He leans back and starts thinking to himself. All right, well, we'll have to move the stuff out of the house, store some of it, because not all of it will fit in the camper. We won't be paying rent, so we're going to have to move out of the house entirely.
And I write to Ruin, where would you be staying?
I guess we'd be living in my camper.
For real.
I mean, we can't exactly live in our house anymore, and we don't own it, so we can't just leave it there. It'd be a waste of money to just have an empty house sitting there. So we'll have to move out. We'll have to put most of our stuff away somewhere or sell it. I'll probably
upgrade the camper for some more long term stuff. Try to find a way to mount my plane to the top of it.
I let down a and say, if my brother doesn't mind, I could probably help you with that. I know.
I mean, if we're going to be spending a lot of time around this Pokemon Village, maybe we could build something there to like supplement the RV, like a little cabin or something. Live in the RV and the cabin.
Ram just says, like a spa?
He shrugs.
Not the spa.
I'm going to need to go do some paperwork. As Reeve gets up to starts organizing plans to literally move out of his house to join you guys.
Ram feels horrible.
What a fucking lad.
Is his house the one in at High Castle? Or
Yeah,
whatever
the
it was?
exploded town? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, rent's gone down.
Rent's gone down.
I say to you two, I can certainly respect that.
Ram kind of frowns and says, "This is a big decision. I'm worried that they're making it a little too hastily."
A spider falls, edges down from the ceiling. I mean, I don't know. I think they might have been thinking about this for a little while now.
Ram yells. He did not know the spider was there.
It sounds like a Pichu, a female Pichu.
Pichu.
Pussy.
They think it was like, well, they are grown up adults. They can make the choices they want. Plus, we're gonna be around them. We are gonna keep them safe.
Not
If
like
not us, their entire team will. Plus,
Yeah, this was a kind of big decision.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they didn't have 2 weeks to think about it, because it's like, oh, we cut them, but they didn't say that they were gonna come with us, so we might need to actually follow them.
Yeah, that's what Smalls was kind of implying.
Yeah. Especially when me and Ram were like, so you're gonna come with us? Into the forest? One thing I want to do is to text Reeve and say, if you need the help moving out, you can ask my help.
You get a ding on the phone from Rowan.
Ooh.
It says, yeah?
All right. I mean, Ram said to tell him to read to give the parcel to Rocket. Rocket, yes. So I write him that.
Ram looks over curious.
I'm like, I see you received my package. You should show it to Rocket and read it to him.
He's an old friend of mine. Add it.
Yep. And I add that too.
Technically, Roland's an old friend of yours too.
But he can't smell the odor from a pillow and know it's me. Oh, Ram. I just don't want to go through introductions with Roland and try to explain that.
Well, that was a development and a half.
Definitely.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen,
You'll call it here.
There's
Yep.
a hiss
Oh, here.
from the lab.
Yes.
Oh,
Is
that's
there
not
a ding?
necessarily good.
Is there a ding?
Food's ready.
As Hawthorne calls in on the 16th day,
The boy.
as he picks Hope out of the machine and places them down, still unconscious, onto one of the medical beds. Well, I've done all I can. At the very least, you should be living without his chronic pain anymore.
Thank you. I'll turn. I send him a message.
Ram is holding little limp paw.
I give Hope a head rub.
Yeah, no, I give a pet to Hope.
One little well, you're welcome, but I wouldn't mind one little favor.
Tilt's head.
Yeah.
If Balin did figure out a way for humans to talk with Pokemon, I want first dibs.
Titania sighs and nods.
Ram just kind of shakes his head and resists writing, "You wish for death?"
To use, not to plagiarize.
Also, I nod and then I write first after Reeve and Rowan and Aya get it. First scholar. First professor, actually. After our trainers.
And Eri, you are back
Yeah.
for this moment.
I am?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
You came back because Hawthorne needed you back to talk about everything that just went down.
Figures.
So, Eri, Ram and Titania and Marcus just finished explaining to you that they convinced Reeve and Aya to move out of their house to live with you in an RV for what is an undefined amount of years of their life.
No, I'd say I'm surprised, but
And don't worry, they're just
honestly,
taking a
that's
sabbatical. They are taking a sabbatical to fight evil, okay?
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, you know, that sounds about right, actually.
And I got my brother fired, and well, he's coming with.
Oh, he didn't need his job anyways.
and
Fucking mercenary now.
and Smalls is with you too. And there's the part where we have to go fight the bad guys and evil organization and be detectives and stuff, or we'll be arrested and thrown in cages. Well, you guys.
Hey man, if you can get your hands on more pipe bombs, I think that won't be too big of a difficulty.
Be the heroes or be in jail. Interesting deal.
Hmm.
Or be on the run. We need to get our hands on Gigantamaxing. They're gonna be a threat, a region-wide threat too.
No, you're gonna be a large abrasion, and people are gonna be asked to get stepped on.
The bird continue to watch and admire from the window. Your cute allure is always active, Titania.
I open my phone and check the calendar.
It is Rifle through notes. 16 days. November 10th-ish, winter is set in.
So are we just gonna stay at home for a while and go over when it's spring?
Yup. We have some things to finish building as well as doing team building exercises.
Okay, but I just hope there's no real time limit to this shit.
Yeah.
Hope's eyes start to flutter open
Time limits until the government gets bored. Sorry,
as
go on.
Ram feels some life return to that little paw.
Yes.
Ram grips Little Paw and says, "Take it slow. It's okay."
I stop petting and just stare.
Stare.
As they look really groggy and disoriented as they bring up their other little paw to rub the side of their head. Their eyes are a little dilated. And you hear something.
Oh no.
What happened?
His first words!
Yes!
As Hawthorne stands there with the biggest shit-eating grin ever.
Ram
Are
is
you out there
vigorously
just-
scratching Eevee head.
Yeah.
I asked
Petenia
Hawthorne-
inhales sharply.
I look at Hawthorne and say, "You're a damn thaumaturgist, aren't you?"
Thaumaturgist.
He just rushes towards Hope like, "Oh, you beautiful talking bastard!"
They seem a bit surprised by the hug, as they were still getting their senses about them. And you see them slowly go slack in the face as it dawns on them that they spoke. I can talk?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Ram
But-
says, "Yes, you can," in Hope's head.
Your one defining personality trait is gone.
You see them, their lip quiver a little bit as they start to cry.
Aww. I joined the hug then.
Big group hug.
I join. And say, "We'll be home soon, okay?"
Ram looks over at Smalls like, "Get in on this."
Yep. I was about to do the same thing.
He rolls his eyes and joins in. And so, hope speaks true.
Yes.
First words were what? Alright.
I think
really-
that would be appropriate first word. What?
I really thought it was
That's
gonna
fair.
be "fuck you, Aerie." I really thought it was gonna be that, but man,
Hey, man.
lost that bet.
Hey. You know. Hey, wait, how much did you bet?
Shh. It's a secret.
Alright.
It's a secret.
And with that, I will conclude this session, and downtime is over.
Yes, we're going back. So we can do more downtime and actually build this fucking hot spring.
Yeah, haha. We're all going. Oh, wait. Nah.
I mean, Eri's getting to come visit once a week for the
I'm
weekly.
like a small divorced child.
Yeah, for the weekly
Nora's got split custody.
team team building exercises.
And drum roll. Drrrr.
Up.
Mhm.
Rank up.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
What's next rank?
That's, X.
Ace.
No, Ace, yeah.
Ace. Okay.